Hello and welcome to episode 105 of In PS We Trust, a PlayStation podcast. My name's Davey and joined with me, as always, is the fine wine himself, Mr. Philip Hoy.
Happy New Year! Hooray!
Hey!
Welcome to 2025, guys.
Welcome. Brand new year. Is it a brand new year, new me for you, Spence? Or is it just much the same?
For me, new me, I think. New me. You know, I'm working, getting into golf. I'm drinking less. Not
You're
bad, I think.
hitting 70 years of age before you even hit 30 is what I'm hearing.
I'm preparing for it, mate, is what I'm doing. I'm preparing for my old age.
Oh, fair. Well, you got to put the... I don't know any golf analogies. I was going to try and come up with a golf... I got nothing. I'm missing the tee. Would that be a golf one? Would that, no. I'll just leave it. I'll move on. This is In PS We Trust, a PlayStation podcast. We are, some would say, the sexiest podcast on the internet for PlayStation. Very specifically, very small niche. But more importantly, we are the guys that are going to take you through the best and the biggest stuff for PlayStation. So we're going to talk through our normal run of the show today in terms of what we've been playing, then moving on into the quick news. And the quick news today is a juice, so we got 2 stories each. We're back to normal cadence. And then we're going to bring it on to a topic which we've reached out to yourselves as the audience to be able to get your views on this. And that is the top 3 most anticipated games for each of us going into 2025. And 2025 is going to be a year like no other. I think we're going to have a gaming year which is up there with some of the best we've ever had. But we will come to that much later on in the show. First and foremost, guys, we always kick the show off with a question. And today, Spence, I believe you're bringing the question to us.
Yes, mate. So I do have a question. I think it'll be short, and it's not... it's kind of I don't know. We'll see. See how it lands. So my question for you boys, and listeners, if you want to take part. You have been kidnapped, and the ransom for your freedom is your best mate has to sleep with your partner. Do you let that happen, and are you happy about it? Like, what's your mental?
Happy.
Like, how's that impact?
Yeah,
how's that impact
finally.
though? How does it impact your relationship with your partner? Your relationship with your best mate? You got to think. There's a lot on the line.
What happens if you just say, do you know what, maybe I'll stay here? Like, how long will they kidnap you for? Or is it just they kill you?
Say kidnapped until either you or your missus dies. Whoever croaks first.
Wow.
You or them?
Let's say you go to prison. Let's change it up. You go to prison for 5 years.
Ooh, quite a
Or
long
you can
time.
immediately be free if your best mate shags your missus.
So like a get out of jail free card for Monopoly
Yeah.
kind of deal.
Yeah, but you got to earn it. Or your best mate's got to earn it.
And how is this proved? Is this done behind closed doors, or do you have to watch?
You don't have to watch. No, you just have to know
Okay.
it's happened. But I think not watching is worse because then you don't know if they enjoyed it. You
I
know?
don't know.
Ooh.
That's a question in itself. I don't know what's worse. Either the thought, because what you imagine is going to be worse than what it actually is, right? You imagine she's like, you know, gushing everywhere, she's having like the best time of her life, right?
You're so much bigger.
Yeah, like you're so much better than him. Like your own mind would make it so much worse than it actually was
That's
at the
what I
time, which
mean,
would
yeah.
be painfully awkward for both parties involved. And then afterwards, it's like, well, at least we got him out of jail, and be like maybe a high five, and then I come out and I'm like, thanks for doing that, guys. Sorry, that couldn't have been too pleasant. You're like, no, you know, blah 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 blah.
You're like, no stress, mate. Nah, no.
Yeah, class. I got
Anytime.
you, bro. I got you. But yeah, but actually physically watching it would be super painful. I think like it would be heartbreaking, wouldn't it?
And with you going to the jail, right, is your best friend the person that's ragged you out to the police to get you into that jail?
Oh, I don't know. I think you've just been caught in a crime or something.
Oh, you've been caught. Completely nothing to do with your friend. then.
Red-handed.
Yeah.
Red-handed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the price for your freedom is your bezzy mate shags your beard. What are you taking the deal, and how are you feeling about it, boys?
This does sound like one of those weird fetish websites again that have popped up when we've had these more sporadic chats. And we've had these hypotheticals from you, Spence, where partners have sex and watch. I think that is a fetish. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, cuckolding, right?
Now, I don't subscribe to that. I wouldn't be a fan of that. But Davey, we've shared women in the past, haven't we?
Yeah, not at the same time. And
No.
not like a conscious and not like a conscious thing. It's not like
whilst you're in a relationship with them.
No, and certainly not one of those things where it's like, oh, you've done with her, I'll jump in now. Never one of those. It's just been a case of we've both picked up the same girl around the same time.
That's
We
like,
haven't
keep
been
that
lucky
pussy
enough.
wet, babe.
We haven't been lucky enough, or we haven't found the right girl to be able to do that. And unfortunately, we're out of the game now.
Oh, yeah,
If that opportunity had come up, a couple of years back, possibly. Well, I say a couple of years, 10 years ago.
Yeah, more.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I'm sure we would have gone for it.
Yeah, probably would have, mate. Yeah. Don't say no to anything, right? And I think it's a tough one, this, Spence. I honestly, I'm really struggling with this one. Because if it was something ridiculous, if it was like life, then yeah, fucking shag away. Right? Like, shag away. 5 years is a long time. Like, I think the difference between, like 20 and 25 or 25 and 30, like so much happened in my life in those 5 years. And that would be gone. However, I have kind of always wanted to know what it's like in prison. I've always, like, I got this weird thing, right? And I know that I think I've made this clear to both of you boys before. I've never worked in like a factory before. And I've always thought, I wonder what it's like working in like a biscuit factory or something like that. And I'd probably hate it after a few days, but I'd really just like to experience it. And the same with the army and the same with prison. But 5 years of experiences is one hell of a long time. Too much, to be honest. I'm going to come out of there with tattoos all over me. I'll have like one of those tears that they have down here, cobweb with loads of flies on the elbows. I'll come out with the works, I reckon. I don't know how many people you have to kill. It's something about like your cobweb and then how many flies you have, so the amount of people that you've killed inside, right?
I thought it was tiers.
Yes, you have a tier if you've killed someone. I don't think you have more per kill.
Yeah, you'd be just full tears everywhere, wouldn't you?
Just crying your eyes out.
yeah, he's
sobbing, mate. Yeah.
Well, they do say, prison changes a person as well. And 5 years, I think you would come out of prison quite a different person. And if your missus is on the outside for 5 years waiting for you, is she really going to stick around for those 5 years, expecting a different person to come out? That's also a problem. 5 years is a really long time to be away from your missus. Hell, my missus hates it when I go away for a night. If I've gone away for a couple of days away with work, she hates it and she rings me and everything else. You get a call in prison, I believe. So the movies have let me know, but I don't know how often you get those. I don't think that's going to sustain her for 5 whole years. I'm really struggling with this one, Spence. It's a hard question.
It is hard. I will sweeten the deal a bit with this one's mostly for Davey, I think. In prisons now, there's PS4s and Xboxes, bro. You could kind of just play games and have that alone time that you always ask for on your birthday, but every day. Think of the platinums.
Yeah, I'd have to be in solitary though, wouldn't I? With the PlayStation to really get the most out of it, rather than somebody coming over who's bigger than me and telling me off the PlayStation. I'd be like, well, you're playing that wrong, and they'd be like, what the fuck did you say, mate? Little fish? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'll go back to noshing you off.
While in the back of your head, your missus is noshing me off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm gonna go out there. I reckon I'll just let my best mate plough and just have done with it. And then you just try and put it behind you after that. You have to just have in your mind, this has saved me 5 years, rather than something else. I think that's what it is. And I think I would like to watch, so that I don't imagine it to be worse.
I get what you mean. Also, if you are there watching, they know you're there watching.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be like, if you're literally there. And if they are, that's crazy.
That's wild.
You're coming out of prison, you're like, you're dumped. Yeah, it's your best mate. You might be like, how was
Give
it,
me some
mate?
tips. Give me some tips,
Give
mate.
me some tips.
Yeah.
How'd you move your hips like that, bro?
I'm going to have to echo those thoughts, really, but I'm going to take it one step further, and I'd have to be in the room, because once Adam's finished with my missus, I'm going straight through her. and showing her who's the real boss.
Jesus, you're going there for proper sloppies immediately.
Well, it's only Adam's come, isn't it?
Oh, fuck me,
that's
no.
Minging. The dog.
That's vile.
That's crazy. I think for me, I don't have a missus currently. But if I did, I would let it happen. Because 5 years is long as hell. I want to be playing golf. I can't be doing that in prison. That's crazy. So I got to get out. I wouldn't want to watch. Because if I get a missus, it'd be like, it's a fresh relationship, innit? I don't have one. So it'd be quick. And then I'll just get out, dump the bird, and me and my best mate will go play some golf. What a fucking great time. Straight out of prison.
There you go. Unanimous. 5 years is too long, is
Too
what I'm
long,
hearing.
yeah.
It is too long.
Well, thanks for that, Spence. That was a hard one today.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
normally we come in with it and we got like, we're pretty clued up immediately about which way we're going to go on something. Whereas that was a tricky conundrum. And audience, I'd like to know how you would go with this one. Would you let your mate bang? Or would you get banged up inside for 5 years? Hey. Here we go. Let us know. Write into the email, pswetrust@gmail.com, or hit us up on any of the socials. X in PS We Trust. Hit us up. But with that, let's move it on to what we've been playing.
This time on NPS We Trust. What have the boys been playing?
So guys, it's been 2 weeks since the last podcast episode, and I'm desperate to know what you've been up to in that time. Spence, gonna come across to you. What have you been playing?
Sure. So I've not actually been playing any games on my own. So no progress on Silent Hill, no progress on Alan Wake, nothing. But there are 2 games I've beaten with my friends. Obviously, I've spoke about this before. I'm doing this thing. We've made a list of video games for different consoles. We're ticking them off one by one. So I might have mentioned it in the past, but I'm not sure. We've just beaten Siberia, which is a point-and-click adventure game. You play as Kate Walker, and you're a lawyer. You're basically trying to get a deal finalized, which is you're trying to acquire a automaton toy factory. This game's sick, by the way. It's really good. But you get there, and the owner of the factory has passed away, so the deal should go through. But it turns out she has a brother who was reported dead, but turns out he's actually alive. So the whole game is trying to find this brother to get the deal finalized, and the journey just changes you along the way. It's a beautiful game. Really, really fucking good. I actually adored it.
Sounds quite similar to sort of Disco Elysium, that sort of vibe, is it? Where it's a point-and-click adventure, the story plays out, and your character sort of adapts throughout it, depending on the choices that you make.
Kind of. It's not really choices you make. It's just a big puzzle game, really. Point-and-click puzzle game.
Okay. More like a puzzle then, as opposed to...
Yeah. It's like proper Resident Evil puzzles, but point-and-click style. And the story's just phenomenal. You just travel to all these different places, meet new people, and just got to figure stuff out, which opens more dialogue. Just one of those, but it's really good.
So where did this game kind of come from? I've never heard you even be interested in a game like this before. So was this like someone's recommendation or something that kind of got you onto this?
It's Dan bought it on his Switch. There was a bundle for Siberia 1 and 2. We haven't done 2 yet. We're really keen to do it. We're going to do it soon. It's the next game we're doing, I think. But he bought that bundle for like £3, Siberia 1 and 2. And he beat Siberia when he bought it, said it was brilliant. So he wanted me and Carl to go through it as well. And that's what it was. So we all played it together. He couldn't remember how the game actually went, other than the story. He couldn't remember how the puzzles went. So we just did it. And all of us absolutely adored it. We couldn't look away from it. It was really, really fucking good.
Oh, wow. Fair dues. I'm just having a look now to see if it's on PS5.
It definitely is.
And what the trophy list is like. Oh, so it's a 1 out of 10 trophy rating. Got some bad news, though.
No plat.
No platty, my friend.
Damn. It's a 2002 game.
Yeah.
So that's fair. But yeah,
fair.
82% Metacritic and a 9 out of 10 on Steam.
See, that's
Brilliant.
pretty glowing, man. Yeah, I've never heard of it before. That's you really opened my eyes to something here. This sounds like a bit of me.
I think you guys, both of you, would adore it. It's really fucking good. But it's not the only game I've been playing. Oh, here we go. We actually ticked off another game from the list. We started and finished it in 2 sessions, and that is Shadow of the Colossus, the PS4 version.
Nice.
Yeah. That game's over talked, I think. But it's good. It's a great game. Really great. But I don't know.
You played the Blue Point version, right?
Yeah. I played on the PS5.
Hold on. Right. The masterpiece, the fucking goat that is Shadow of the Colossus. What was it that didn't sing to you then? Was it just the controls or what was it about it? Like, didn't the story just absolutely fucking gut punch you? Because it did for me.
I don't think it was much of a twist or anything. I think the story kind of went how I thought it might go. And then it's a beautiful game, absolutely beautiful, but it's got the same issue as, say, Breath of the Wild, where other than these colossi, fucking nothing else to do. And I'm sure that's the point of the game. It doesn't need anything else.
Yeah, that is the game, yeah.
But I don't know. I think it was just a simple game. But I did really enjoy it, but I don't think it's on this fucking pedestal that everyone does put it on. I think it's a brilliant game, but it's not all the way up there.
I think it's one of those things of, it's one of those you had to be there at the time games.
Oh, if I played this on initial release,
can you imagine playing that on my PS2? Like,
insane for a PS2 game.
Just wild, man. Just absolutely wild. Like the scale was just like things that you saw in God of War 1 and 2, but fully fighting them. You know, it's just insane. I mean, I played it on PS3 when they had a port over to PS3, and it was like slightly better graphics, nowhere near as good as the Blue Point version, but it was in 3D. I could play with 3D glasses on, and that was fucking so good, man. And that was my first experience. I remember I just moved out into my first house, so I was 24, and it just fucking blew me away. I loved it. Had a proper little cry. My little horse, Agro. Proper little cry on moments, and just really felt captivated by it. But I can kind of get where you're coming from in that there's things nowadays, like that kind of scale is a dime a dozen, right? Yeah. And the same kind of twist that's done in that has been done multiple times ad infinitum at this point. So it's not such a shock. Whereas back then, and I don't want to give it away because I'm not even sure if Phil's even played it, but it's something that just really, I just wasn't seeing coming, you know? What would you rate it, mate? I'm always scared about asking you for a rating on a classic game because I know how this generally goes, but
it's going to be low.
Yeah, let's see. How would you rate it, mate?
On PS5, because on PS2, I'd say it's a fucking 10. If I was there at the time, because the scale of it is enormous. It really is. Granted, the scale's kind of fake scale because it's an empty fucking world.
Of course.
But the size of the colossuses themselves and the way you get on top of them and stuff, on PS2, that would have blown my fucking mind. But today, playing it, depending, do I want to be nice or harsh to it? Because it's one of two numbers. I'm going to say it's an 8.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's much higher than your review then.
Yeah, no. Well, I think it's a brilliant game. I just don't think it's this masterpiece that everyone says it is. I think it's brilliant. I think it's really good.
Oh, you're giving it like that whole Breath of the Wild treatment that we give. Like in terms of it still being great, but it's just not what everyone says it is.
Exactly that, yeah. It's a great game. It's better than Breath of the Wild. But
I was expecting like a 4 out of your lips then.
Nah.
I thought he was going 6 at best. I thought you disliked it, so you wanted to give it a 5, but Davey's talked it up, so you bumped it up a number.
No, I didn't dislike it, though. I did really enjoy it. It's just not this freaking... Everyone's always like, oh, Shadow of the Colossus. You need to play Shadow of the Colossus. Whereas I, quite frankly, could have gone without playing it, I think.
It's kind of the hard thing, really, isn't it, with older games, is that there's occasions where what they've done hasn't really been bettered before in, like, the way they did something.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times, whatever they did has been iterated on countless times afterwards, especially like when you're talking 20 years later, the amount of iterations that people would have been like inspired by that and then done a different version, which isn't quite as good as the original, but the scale and scope can be better. The controls can feel more fluid, things like that. And it can kind of take away the shine of what that game is. And I kind of get where you're coming from with that, like how your experience would be so different from mine. And even though I was only like 9 years removed from the original time of playing it, nothing had really kind of got there yet.
You had that with Half-Life too, wasn't it, Davey? You played
Yes.
that some years afterwards.
100%.
And I think I was, screaming the house down, saying it was a 10 out of 10, groundbreaking, changed the world of gaming, which it did at the time. But because you played it some years later, you had seen all the unique features that they introduced within Half-Life 2, and you'd seen it in lots of different games. So it wasn't such a shock when these things happened to you. So I think Spencer is very much experiencing that with Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah, I completely agree. The like the whole gravity gun stuff in Half-Life 2, if I played that at it, on its release on PC, it would be fucking insane. But then,
it had physics.
Yeah, it's just wild,
physics.
right?
You could drop something, and on a teeter-tot, the other thing would fly up, and you were like, oh my god, it's real.
Yeah.
That was the first moment in gaming where I thought something was actually tangible. It just broke that wall, and it became real to me. So that excitement is still flowing through me, as you can see. But for you, you're like, oh, I've seen it a million times. So it didn't mean anything to you.
Yeah, it is true. It is true, isn't it? It's the passing of time can make these things which are so revolutionary feel so small because everyone else just adopts and learns from it, don't they? And I suppose sometimes it's important to bear that in mind. But yeah, it's a really interesting one, isn't it? Going back and doing some old stuff. And is that everything for yourself, Spence? So I got a perfect segue here.
That is everything, but I will say Siberia, I'll give it a 9 out of 10.
Oh.
Ooh,
okay.
very high. 9 out of 10.
Ratings.
Well, speaking of going back and playing old games, I'm going to come across to myself because I've been playing a Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. Right now, this got remastered, came out tail end of last year. So I pre-ordered it, got it digital, and I just finished it earlier today. So I beat the final boss. I'm on a couple of collectibles to go. I think about 6 more things to find before I earn myself a shiny platinum. So I can't quite ring the bell on it yet. But I tell you what, for a game that I hold in such high regard, for a game that is been so influential on my taste for gaming for such a long time, it's hard work going back and playing it. Not gonna lie, it is hard work. And it's little things that I notice more about it than anything else. And I'll just to make it clear for those that don't know, Legacy of Kain came out on the PlayStation 1. The original game did not have analog support. So the original game, the way you turn the camera was in the L1 and R1 buttons, if I'm remembering rightly. It was fine. It was just what it was. And then Ape Escape kind of changed the game with the DualShock, right? And so it was just a product of its time, and it was really, really revolutionary in the fact that it was directed by Amy Hennig, the same person who directed Uncharted 1, 2, and 3. Absolutely fantastic director. And she just created this world that was just fucking amazing. The world of Nosgoth is just superb. And the cool thing about it, and it's been done a million times since, is being able to have the same map overlaid over itself. So you're on the normal plane of existence. You can then go into the spirit world, and it's like a distorted version of that map. So everywhere you go, any location, you can then switch between the physical and the spiritual realm at kind of any point. And that's how puzzles and things like that are made. The crazy thing about Legacy of Kain, which I didn't remember, is that it's a puzzle action game. I always just thought it was just like a full-on action game, really, with really good narrative beats. But no, you spend as much time fighting and traversing the environment as you do moving and solving block puzzles. And it is just a lot of block puzzles. I don't know, and this is maybe lost on me now, looking back this far back. It might have been revolutionary at the time in the way that you move the cube. So you have a block, and you might have a picture on the top of the block, and to get it into a certain place, you have to then flip the block over.
So the top,
You
you have to go into the slot.
We've seen this, yeah.
Yes. So you go and you then flip it sideways and back and forth or whatever. And that might have been absolutely fucking game-changing back then. But right now, fucking hell. 10 hours of doing block puzzles, man. It's a lot. It is a lot. And I've really enjoyed it, and it's been really nostalgic. And it's a really important game, and it's got a lot of legacy. But Jesus Christ, this ain't no Metal Gear. It does not hold up the same way that I always thought it did. No chance.
Fair play for you for finishing the game though, or getting towards the end of it. Was there any point that you got to and you thought, God damn, another block puzzle? I'm at my breaking point now. I might just switch it off and leave it and do what Phil does and just put it on the shelf and sort of move on. Was there ever that point that you maybe got to?
Do you know, the weird thing is that they made them quite engaging. Like, as soon as I started checking out, they became quite hard. And I was like, fucking hell, this is like a fucking Resident Evil puzzle almost, like the way I got to think about this. And then I started really kind of finding more enjoyment for them. But some of them where it's painfully obvious what you need to do, and you just dragging a block, which his animation stops. So he drags, stop,
Drag, stop.
drag,
When it gets
stop.
fixed in place.
drag,
That
stop.
type of stuff, yeah.
So when it's that, and you know what you're doing immediately, it's so mind-numbing. But as soon as it gets you and you think, oh, this is just really fucking clever the way this has been done, then it kind of brings you back on board. You think, oh, I quite like these, you know? So it's probably a 70-30 split between enjoyment 70%, 30% do suck. And so you might have a couple of 30s in a row and you think, oh God, this is getting a bit much. But then it just quickly gets back into a groove of being quite inventive, which is quite nice.
Did you have to look up any solutions online?
To puzzles, no. But I have had to look up on how to beat bosses, because the bosses are a complete enigma. There is, outside of a couple where you can kind of figure it out, a lot of them I don't even know how I did them as a kid. I honestly don't know how. There was one, right, where against this guy called Rumour, right? It's the boss actually that Spencer ended up screen sharing and watching. Now, this guy, right, I'll set you up how it works. You walk into the boss fight, and he's already dead in his throne, right? And because he's a vampire, the way these vampires is, if you then remove the thing that killed them, they come back to life. So, being the Soul Reaver, you can eat their souls, and that fully kills them. This guy's been dead for like a millennia, and he's lying in his seat impaled with stakes. And you want to eat his soul, right? So you take the stakes out to bring him back to life so you can kill him again and eat his soul. And you bring him back to life, but he's impervious. He wakes up and he's like, thank you, brother. My time spent in the void has made me stronger than anyone can imagine. I'll be impervious to damage. And I was thinking, well, everyone fucking says that, till you're not. And shot him and shit, did nothing. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, well, some bosses have had to break windows because their sunlight kills them. Can't break the windows. And I was like, huh. He does this like shockwave attack when he hits downwards. And I thought, there's big giant statues with spears on the side. Surely, if I lure him to a statue and he shockwaves, the statue will fall on him and hurt him or something. No. What I had to do was run away and lure him with terrible AI, like horrific AI, about 10 rooms back into a furnace, which I hadn't even found at the time. I hadn't even found that this furnace existed. Wow. I'd got to the boss fight by getting there. And then burn him alive, a la Dead Space or Resident Evil 5.
Oh, yeah.
So just that. I had to do exactly that, like what those games ripped off, to this guy to kill him. And if it wasn't for the internet, I would never have figured that out. Never in a million years. But that's one of the only times. But the bosses have been very tricky like that.
That's absolutely awful. Imagine playing that game back in the day as a kid, right? You finally get to this boss, because I'm assuming the saves and everything else that goes into the more modern interpretation of the game is a lot more user-friendly, if you like, compared to the original PlayStation version, right? I'm making that assumption. But imagine you get there when you originally play this game, and you're like, what the hell? And you're like, right, I got to wait now until the PlayStation magazine covers this game and shows me that solution. Or I've got to dial one of those really expensive phone lines to find the solution, because you just wouldn't have put one and one together if that's the first time you've ever seen it. As we're talking about things in games that maybe have been redone and redone and redone, you go, oh, I've seen that before in a previous game. I know exactly what to do there. But if you've never seen something like that before, that's a game-breaking mechanic right there, isn't it?
It's one of those things of, it comes from that old school game design metric of eventually you'll die enough that you figure it out.
Yeah.
You'll have tried everything. And that was what old game design was, right? There wasn't so much like hand-holdy stuff. It's funny you mentioned about hand-holdy things, because this game, This game doesn't have many. It's got an autosave, which it doesn't. Sorry, it doesn't have autosave. But what it does have is manual save, so you can save anytime you want. Right, handy. And you think, oh, that must be really great. Except for that, when you reload that save, you don't pick up where you left off. You pick up back at like the Nexus, like your hub, and so you have to traverse back through the level to get where you were. But it saves your progress up to that point. So any puzzles you've done and things like that, they'll all be solved. But you then have to go through a warp to be able to come through. So they haven't changed anything.
This
like
is
that.
Demon Souls, right? You should love this.
Kinda,
It sounds like Demon Souls to me.
Yeah, you know, that kind of stuff hasn't bothered me at all. What has bothered me about it though is that for a game which is this old, getting remastered, I have not had a more buggy experience in a long time.
Oh, really?
It's been so badly done. Yeah. I had 2 game-breaking bugs today. That if I hadn't have made a save 10 minutes before, I would have been fucked. I would have lost potentially an entire playthrough. I had this thing, right, where there was this puzzle where there's a block on each level. So there's a 3-story stage. Block on each level I had to hit down. And at the bottom, there was 2 blocks. Now, I hadn't seen the blocks above, so I had already stacked the 2 blocks on top of each other. I thought maybe I got to use these to get up to the levels above me. When I went up there and found these other levels and shot the block down, it landed on top of the other blocks that I'd stacked. And with that, what happened is that it then caused one of the textures on the bottom block to bug, which then meant it couldn't be moved. And I repeated that glitch twice to see if this is just a thing that just happens or if it is specific to that. And it was specific to that happening. So when I had to reload my save, thank God, I just disassembled my 2-block strategy and moved them out of the way before I hit them down. Otherwise, I could have lost. And that was the 7-hour mark at that point. And I could have lost it.
You wouldn't have gone back.
No. And I've had bugs of a similar ilk throughout the experience. And I don't remember ever playing a game when I was a kid and having issues like that. I just don't recall having bugs and stuff.
You wouldn't have remembered them though. You'd think it was part of the game as a kid.
The first time that I remember that it was an issue that I had was on BioShock 2. Like a major issue. And with that, my save file got corrupted. I never encountered anything up until then. Like, it would have burnt in my mind, man. Like, especially something that I was, like, playing religiously.
You'd think, but then I played Sonic 06 as a kid, and I thought, this game's great. I thought this game's... Just because, as well, the big thing I thought was great is that you save. It was, like, the first game that have, like, instant saves. You hit save and it's done. And I was like, oh my God, they're so fast. Whoa. And then I played the game and I just thought, this is what the game is. Silver can one-hit you. He can literally stun lock you and you just die. Yeah, sometimes you run on the hills that turn, and if you stop running, you just stay on there. It's fine, gravity stops working. You can clip through everything. You can fly off into the world. You can jump infinitely. It's one of the buggiest games in existence, and I noticed none of it when I was a kid.
You might be onto something. But I don't know, I give myself a bit more credit than that. Like I think it would have impacted me, you know, it would have really pissed me off. And if I can remember little things like being stuck in the jail cell on MGS1 and thinking, well, there's no hope for this, and then the game already knows and Kojima's sorted out a solution with a ninja breaks you out. If those things can burn into my memory as vividly as they are, I imagine something that would have caused white hot fury would have burnt its way in. But you never know, right? You never know. But all I'm saying is that for a game of this age, I'd expect the Embracer Group and Crystal to have done a better job.
Bit of polish.
Yeah, and I think they've done a really, like, the collection's really nice. Like, when you think about what a collection should include, it includes both Soul Reaver 1 and 2. It then includes, obviously they've added analog support and all that stuff to it. They've tidied up the visuals, and if you click in R3, you can go back to PS1 visuals at any time, and that's really nice. I've been using that a lot to just look back and forth about what they've changed, and they've made loads of changes to it, which is lovely. And they've also included like a full director's commentary. They've got a lost levels section, so levels that were in development at the time that have never seen the light of day.
That's sick.
They included them on there, so you can go and see these levels that never made the full release but were pretty much done. And I think like all those are really fucking nice, like the kind of stuff that you really want in your remaster kind of collections. But how you make a game run or have these issues in 2025 when it didn't have them in the original release, as far as I can remember, is kind of baffling, and it just kind of sullies it a little bit, you know?
You never know with, a newer version of the game. Obviously, they can produce updates for the game, so maybe that'll just get patched out in the near future, potentially, if it's happening for other people. That's the advantage now of having these remasters on modern consoles. We do get that support from the developer these days. Obviously, back in the day when it was a PS1 game, if the game's broke, it's broke. Not much you can do about it there.
Yeah. I got one question for you before we move on, mate. What was your rating of the game before you played it again, and has it changed after?
Very good question. Before, I would have rated it a 9.5. When I was a kid, I remember it being really high, like being up there in the conversation with, like, not on the same level as like MGS or FF7, but not too far behind. Like better than like the Tomb Raiders and things like that I played back in the day, better than Crash. I preferred it more than all those. Now, I'd probably give it, with nostalgia being a feature, with nostalgia being very heavy, I'd probably give it a 7.5. A 7.5, maybe an 8, I could argue for. In terms of its significance, I think it's very significant. What it did, it's like its game, the way the gameplay works, and how the narrative structure is set out across the game, totally inventive at the time. Like absolutely so influential. As a game compared to other games now, you could do a lot better, even from the PS1 generation. Like Castlevania Symphony of the Night is a much better game. Metal Gear Solid is much better. I think I'm gonna go for 7.5. I'm gonna go for 7.5. I think that's a fair assessment.
It's fair.
But I still encourage people, if you want to know what game it was, and if you want to bring back Raziel and bring back the Soul Reaver, which I do, fucking go out and support it, man. Go out and support it. It's a classic game. And if you want to see history, that is the best way. And it's a great little way to be able to relive it. But one other thing from me, very, very quickly though, before we move on to Mr. Hoy, is I mentioned a couple of weeks ago when we did our live in-person one for end of year, that I was playing Greece. Greece. I've gone and earned the platinum for it, boys. Ooh, that's a platinum. There it is.
Grease lightning, baby.
Greece is in the bag. It was a lovely little platinum. The second run for it was just picking up on some collectibles that I missed, and a quick run through took about 2 hours. And it was lovely. It's just a great experience, and I think if you're on PS Extra and you're looking for a little palate cleanser game, can't argue with it. It's fantastic, and it's one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a long time. Absolutely breathtaking visuals and music's score. So highly, highly recommended. Very highly recommended. I think I gave it a score last time, but if I didn't, it's sit there on a strong 8 from me. I don't think it has quite the highs of, say, a Journey or anything like that, but it's a very moving, emotional little experience, and you could do far worse for 2 hours of your time. That's for damn sure. But, Mr. Hoy, let's come across to yourself. What have you been playing, my friend?
Sure, I've been playing sort of 2 games on the PlayStation and quite a lot of League over the last 2 weeks. One game we've been playing on the PlayStation, I'll leave till after because we've been playing that as a team. But the other game that I've been playing solo, and we've been talking about old games, but this is an old game that has been remade. So I was having a look around what I can play on my PS5 Pro, what I can download and what's available to me without spending any money. And I come across a little game. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called Dead Space Remake. So this is the 2023 survival horror remake of Dead Space, developed by Motive Studios and published by EA. So this is a remake of a game probably I think you may have played back in 2008, Davey. Am I correct in saying that?
You certainly are correct, and I could go and grab my red marker to the right of me right now for this very moment.
Well, no spoilers with this, because I'm only just at the beginning of my journey. I've progressed through the new arrivals, and I'm currently at the end of intensive care. And I've done a bit of research, and I understand there's 12 chapters in total of Dead Space, and I'm very much enjoying the time that I've spent with it. It's only been brief at the moment, but it's been an hour there, maybe an hour there, just playing a little bit of a game, which I have missed out, unfortunately. I don't know why. I own them. I bought them on the original PS3. I've bought Dead Space 1, 2, and 3. And as you said, we probably should forget about Dead Space 3. But 1 and 2, it was always on my to-do list. And when I saw the remake, and I know you guys have sort of waxed lyrical about this remake, and you said there's no point in going back to the original Dead Space. You may as well just play the remake because it's better in every single way. Now, I've got nothing to sort of compare it against, but this version that I'm playing is very, very good and polished to a high level. And guys, I'm playing it on my big TV down in the living room. I've got the surround sound on full, and I'm playing when my missus is out of the house. And by God, it is scary as hell when the creeps are going behind me, the necromorphs, and I can hear it in the surround sound system. I am jumping all over the place. It is shit me right up, and I'm only in chapter 2 out of 12. That stomp is visceral as hell. When you're doing the melee combat in this game, bloody hell, you can feel every stomp. And when you go up to the bodies, as you do, because you're a little bit worried they're going to like come up and get you at the end. So I'm stomping on literally everything. So I'm going around just stomping all the time in Dead Space. And I love it. That's my favorite aspect of the game. Apart from zero gravity. Now, I've never had that, I don't believe, in a game. Nothing that's memorable that's come to my mind when I was doing a bit of research on this. And that part, it was quite brief, and I know it comes up again and again in Dead Space, and it might come up in Dead Space 2, I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard you guys talk about it in previous episodes. Now, I'm really excited to see where that goes, because I've had my first interaction with the second gun you get. The name eludes me at the time, but a creature comes out of the door as you cast yourself off back into the zero gravity on the second time through. And that part, you can't move very well when you're in zero G. And that creature is jumping from side to side, and you're trying to blast it as fast as you can because it's scary as hell. All the music is going, it all ramps up. You're hearing in the music, and by God, you just panic. It's just blind panic that I'm feeling playing this game. And I think it's achieving what I set out to do because, as I said, it's a beautiful game and I'm scared. My hair's got whiter because of this game.
Mate, I'm so fucking happy to hear that.
Buzzing.
Like, this would have been the worst thing if you were like, I just don't see it. I don't see what you guys see in this. Like, that would have been, I don't know how I would have reacted to that. Like, I think I would have been a bit crushed, you know?
Oh.
But hearing what you're going through, man. The remake, basically all the remake did is it did the same kind of level of remake as like a Resident Evil 1 remake did to RE1. In that they didn't change much in terms of like the core, but what they did do is they took a lot of learnings from Dead Space 2 in particular, and they applied that retrospectively to Dead Space 1, especially with the zero G. In Dead Space 1 original, it would be fixed positions that you jump to. So you'd go into zero G and you'd look up to an area and you'd have a reticle and you'd jump and launch towards that.
Okay.
Whereas in Dead Space 2, it became full flight. So you're flying around with like the air puffing out your suit. And that was fucking insane in Dead Space 2 when they did that for the first time.
Sick.
And they've added that in to Dead Space 1. And it's and what that's meant is they could then widen those environments. So they can make them a lot more like where the ship crashes at the start, where it blows up. Going back out and traversing that area is fucking massive, that hangar. Whereas on the original, you go into very small parts of that.
Right.
You don't really see an awful lot. So they've nailed that up, and then they've changed the crafting and made that a lot better. So they've just kind of added bits and bells and whistles to it, and they've also improved the boss fights, which I think you will just think that's a great boss fight, but comparing to what it was is fucking astronomical because they were diabolical, some of them.
They also, actually, they changed the story a little bit as well, but only a fix.
They did.
So the story's basically exactly the same, except now it actually makes sense, because in the original game, the ending just didn't actually work, but now it does. So the story's completely the same, it's just now it makes sense. So it's really good.
They've added extra bits with a couple of characters as well that were kind of just tangentially told. Whereas now it becomes like a main focal kind of point. But how are you finding, obviously, Dead Space was viewed at its time. You got to think the time this came out was after Resident Evil 4, and just before, I believe, Resident Evil 5. But I need to fact check myself on that. RE5 release date.
Well, Dead Space was 2008, right?
Yes, March 5th, 2009 was Resident Evil 5. So Resident Evil 5 was on the horizon, but we knew it was co-op. We knew that there was a chance that after, obviously, it followed the Resident Evil 4, which hadn't been very scary, and for me, it'd been revolutionary, but it wasn't the Resident Evil that I was looking for. And this was like a shock back to, fuck me, this is what horror can be. And this has come from EA, and this little studio called Visceral. Who the fuck are these guys, right? Like, it just came out of kind of nowhere and just completely rocked my fucking world. Going back to it now, obviously, you're playing it through for the first time. Obviously, you've mentioned about the horrors kind of grabbing you by the balls, and it's really affecting you. Are you finding that it's still kind of having the same kind of impact of being kind of a shock to the system almost, compared to games that are more contemporary around this time?
Well, when I was playing it through, I was thinking, it's an older game that's sort of been updated. And generally when you see an older game that's been remade, and we've been talking about a few, and we often talk about them on the podcast, sometimes they're not updated to the same sort of standards that we kind of expect with sort of a modern game that you buy on the PS5 or the PS5 Pro. But this game, I don't feel like it was really lacking anything. The menus are beautiful, the interactions are beautiful, the controls are exactly what you expect. But the sound stuff that was happening, and maybe it's because I've got, the surround sound system on full, that was really like elevated for me during that period of time that I was playing. Probably I was on my own. Generally I was playing quite late at night as well, so I had it on extra scary, if you like. I turned the scary up to 11, and I was definitely feeling it. So no, I was very pleased with what I was experiencing with this game. And as you've said, like throughout all the time that you sort of mentioned these games, you've always been waxing lyrical about how great this game is. So I've always wanted to experience it, but this has just been the right time to experience it, really.
What a way to kick off your 2025, mate. What a fucking great start.
But I wish I was you. I wish I'd never played it and I could play it again. Jeez, what a game.
Imagine, though, Phil, now, he finishes 1 and then thinks, oh, do you know what? I might fire up Dead Space 2. And to get that for the first time, man.
Dead Space 2 Dead Space is 2 so much better than Dead Space 1.
Good.
I have a question for you. Is Dead Space 2, though, because it's the original Dead Space 2, the right successor to a Dead Space remake? Am I not going to find that there's issues with Dead Space 2 that I maybe would have found with Dead Space 1 if I played the original rather than the remake?
You can go first on this one, Spence, if you want.
I don't think you would at all, mate. No, I think I haven't played Dead Space 2 in a number of years. But from what I remember of it is that it's perfect. So I can't really speak too much.
Sounds quite a biased stance of that.
It's
Spencer,
mega biased, mate. Yeah, massively. But it plays kind of it's Dead Space 1 with many improvements. Like the original Dead Space 1 with many, many improvements. It controls better, the story's better, the environments are better, everything's just, Dead Space 2 slaps, man. It's really good. I think it would be fine to go back to Dead Space 2 because it's not even an ugly game as well. It holds up really fucking well. So it won't look as good as remake, nowhere close, but it's not going to look like shit. It's like going from the RE4 remake back to RE4 original. It's like, yeah, there's a difference, but it's negligible.
I played Dead Space 2 through 2 years ago. As part of reviews, when I was reviewing all the Dead Space series. It's just as incredible today as it was all those years ago. It's so good. It's fucking, it's perfect. I literally, I don't have a bad word to say about it. You got better weapons. You got more kind of, the environments are more kind of open because you're in like a space station as opposed to a ship. But it's got moments. Dead Space 2, like, whereas Dead Space 1, the entire thing is like a solid 9 or a 10, right? It's like we rated that game a 10 out of 10 remake,
Yeah.
and I still stand by that all these years later. I think Dead Space remake is a perfect game, but Dead Space 2 just elevates that with kind of Call of Duty flair on moments, and they work so fucking well. They dialed the action up just a tiny bit,
Right.
but in the right level without losing the horror, and it just fucking works. It works. The other change that they made in Dead Space 2, which you won't think about because you're playing Dead Space 1 remake. In Dead Space 1 original, your ability to be able to use telekinesis, stasis, right? Stasis and God, I can't remember what it's called now, where you can throw things. Like where you can shoot off like a blade from a necromorph and then throw that at them, right? In Dead Space 1, that was you were doing nothing with that. Like it did nothing in the original game. Kinesis, yeah. It did nothing. Like you were just doing it just to torment a necromorph rather than actually doing damage. Whereas in Dead Space 2 made that you do not have enough ammo at parts, so you need to use this effectively. And Dead Space 1 remake has really built that into the design of the game, which is just superb, man.
Do you know the one thing that really surprised me with Dead Space? And as I said, I've only played a short time. But if we're, comparing it to Resident Evil, which we should, because that is the direct competitor, and that's what they were trying to do at the time it came out. They were trying to get into that survival horror space. And we were going through the process or the kind of period in Resident Evil where it was getting more actiony. And going into Dead Space, I was just so surprised how fast Isaac moves in the game. Resident Evil, like the original trilogy, felt slow, kind of like methodical. You had to think about kind of what you were doing. With Dead Space 1, when I'm getting swarmed by necromorphs, I can run around and avoid these things. In Resident Evil, I feel like that was a lot harder to do and achieve, probably because of the control system back in the day compared to the modern sensibilities that we all have on the more modern consoles, but it felt fast. Now, I don't know if that's a negative, because I kind of wanted him to be more clunky, and that's what I was expecting to experience. But this one felt fast. I don't know if that's a criticism just yet, because I haven't played enough of the game.
Yeah, you'll need that speed, and it won't be enough.
You'll need that.
It won't be enough.
But do you know what I'm saying about,
I do get you.
A survival horror for me should be kind of slow. You should not be able just to run away from these things.
I know what you mean, but the direct comparison, if we're comparing it to Resident Evil, the closest comparison to it is RE4. And that game, you are quite quick as well. So I get what you mean, though.
I'm also looking at Callisto Protocol a little bit. I felt you were quite slow in that as well, compared.
You are, but the difference is with Callisto, you need them up close because you need to melee them, right? So, if you were slow and the enemies were slow, you'd just be walking out to each other like you're in a Mexican standoff all the time, waiting just to clobber them and just press left, right. And that would be it. Whereas in this, you want to keep your range. If they come in, you're fucked. Like you're fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, I've experienced it. Actually, I haven't died yet, but I have lost a considerable amount of health, and I just ran away into a corner and just hunkered down and just blasted them as much as I could, wasting loads of ammo because I was just panicked, right? That was the experience of playing Dead Space when I got like swarmed in, I think it was one of the medical bays in intensive care.
God, yeah.
I just got swarmed. All the lights went off. It was kind of like,
because lockdown, right?
Like
lockdown.
Lockdown, that was exactly it. Yeah, it all went red and like then it went black and then they all start charging you. You're like, shit, they're coming there. And then two come from behind you and you kind of have to bring them out and then go back into the corner so you're safe. Yeah. I was scared.
Dude.
Yeah. But the running away stuff, I don't know if it's a criticism just yet. Wait until I've played a little bit more. But you saying Dead Space 2 is slightly faster, we'll see where this conversation goes.
Oh, mate, can't wait. I mean, I got to stop myself because I reviewed this. I reviewed Remake and I did like 45 minutes on my own. So I could talk about this.
We could do an episode on this.
Easy. Absolutely.
I'd love it as well.
Class. It'd be absolutely class. But that's enough for there. I'm sure we're going to be talking about Dead Space for the next few weeks, but now I'm really looking forward to get into what we've been playing and hearing where you got to, man. I can't wait. I'll give you some more facts. I've held a few back as well. But the game that we've been playing, Phil, and young Master Spencer has not joined us on this, unfortunately. is Helldivers 2. We've been playing the absolute boots off this game, and we have been playing it just because we wanted to see how the Illuminate stacked up. And Phil, how are you feeling about them? How are you feeling about the Illuminate army? We have now dominated them, I would say. How are you feeling they stack up?
Well, I think initially I was a little bit worried and a little bit scared because you guys had bigged up, armies within the Game of the Year Helldivers 2, right? Our voted overall majority stake Game of the Year Helldivers 2. I was really excited to go in, experience a new army, but I knew how hard and how tough the automatons have been because we've never really got much further than maybe a level 5, level 6 on automatons and still been able to complete it, without sweating, right? There's been a few times where we've got through missions and that's been fine. But generally, we've had to end up lowering it down or we've gone, should we just play the bugs?
Yeah.
Right? That's happened. So I was a little bit worried where they were going to take these new arrivals to Helldivers. But I was pretty happy with our progress because it seemed to happen quite quickly, didn't it? I feel like the first couple of rounds that we had, because it was me, you, and Potato Chief actually joined us on a few of our outings into the world. And the first few missions, I think we were just defaulting to weapons that we had probably used on previous armies, and they weren't hitting right. And then we started doing what you would naturally do, is just switch up a few weapons, drop in again, switch up a few kind of different things you would call in, and we just hit it quite quickly, didn't we? Without Googling it, without doing any research, because there was a point with it where we were losing, and I said, Davey, should I just look up, what's the best weapon? You were like, no, that's the beauty of Helldivers. Stop right there. And I took that advice, but luckily enough, the next time we dropped in, we just hit it correctly, didn't we?
Yeah, I think it was the big game changer for us was realizing like a couple of weapons which weren't working. So we couldn't use breakers, couldn't use anything like that. It was going to like the Plas Scorcher. And switching to more energy-based weapons. And then from there, just making sure our stratagems were just, for me, just going to like the disposable rockets. And knowing exactly where I needed to hit. And figuring out that weak point kind of by accident about where I need to hit on the walkers to be able to down them in one rocket. And then from there, it was like, right, we got to work as a team for someone to strip the shield for then me to eliminate. Or vice versa. And it just became a lot more tactical and a lot more surgical, I think, than compared to when we've played against the bugs. And it's kind of like, right, here's the plan, let's just go for it. Whereas our sessions were very much, we have to work together. And if we don't, it kind of all starts falling apart. And that kind of journey that we had of that trial and error of figuring it out and figuring out what we need to take and what could really put the hurt on them was so enjoyable. I fucking loved every moment of it.
I think it's a huge improvement because I think you've hit the nail on the head there where you're saying that in previous armies, we've just gone in and just blasted them and maybe the teamwork wasn't needed. It was just put as much firepower into these guys as possible and generally you'll end up winning, okay? But with this new race, there's tactics. Okay, quite obvious tactics that we figured out quite quickly, but we play a lot of games together. I can imagine if you just dived into any random game with this new army, you would get overrun because you wouldn't be able to coordinate those things. And there is only really one enemy that I think you really need to coordinate, but they are the game changer. And they appear all the time. And if you get hit by them, it's like one shot.
To me, the Illumina just gave me mega Helldivers 1 vibes. And I don't mean just because of them being Illumina, and the Illumina's in the first game is what I associate with the first game. I mean that I've never had an army where I'm so conscious of scouts as I am in the Illumina.
Oh, scary as hell.
And we're just straight away, like, you see a scout, and you're like, someone take it out, someone take it out. You're all like, they're all putting fire on the scout, like pinning it, like, scouts over here. Everyone just lay low. It's coming over, and someone be like, I got the scout, don't worry about it. And then you hear like, fuck, I fucked it. And then it's like, right, everyone fucking drop everything in. We got to fucking defend this now. And it's just those moments. And when you get it right, you can have such a peaceful mission. And we've nailed now. We've worked our way up to and done several level 10s on Super Helldives and done them without any real issue. Coming out there with loads of reinforcements. We're coming out with like 70. I think one drop we came in with like 40 odd samples of like 40 odd commons, and like
we were just filling our pockets. That's all we were doing.
Time to kill. We'd done the main missions with like 20 minutes left, and so it's like, right, let's just go and do it, because we were so good at taking out those scout patrols before it caused like this constant battle that you just stuck in this battle for such a long time.
I think those scouts, right, just to interrupt you there, I think those scouts are quite well balanced in the sense that they know that Scorcher weapon is very good against this army, but it's only got limited ammo. So if you miss like one or maybe two of those shots with the Scorcher on that scout, the scout's going to signal, and then all hell breaks loose. And then it gets very difficult, and then you need to up your level of teamwork. So the balance in there, I think, is spot on, which is something rare for Arrowhead, because generally they haven't been so good on that side of things. But I feel like they've done a good job here.
I think they fucking nailed it. I think they've absolutely nailed it. And for me, this just signals that we've got a lot more good to come. Like, if this is the level of thought they've put into the army and to the add-ons, which obviously we'll touch on some of the new additions to the game in just a moment, but if this is the level of thought they've kind of gone to be able to take an army that was there and make it so distinct from the other two armies, which were very different from each other anyway, and to make it so that you've got to really think about how you approach this compared to the bugs or, or the automatons. I got to take my hat off to them. I think Arrowhead absolutely fucking nailed it out of the park with this, and I can't wait to play a bit more. Now, Spence, you haven't played with us against the against the Luminate. Is anything that we've talked about, me and Phil, is any of that experience kind of ringing true to your experiences that you've had in this game?
Well, I've only fought them for, I think, 2 missions. So one was the whole kind of like overworld mission where you have to do your objectives, go about. The other one was that defense one where you're defending whilst the missiles are going off. I think it's weird about the Illuminates. I think they're easier than the automatons. They just are, I think. Because the automatons are a fucking nightmare. Just always going to be a nightmare. There's nothing you can do. The Illuminate, they're hard until you figure them out, kind of like you boys have said. It's that thing. Automatons are always hard. No matter how much you figure it out, they're going to be solid. Illuminates, they're a puzzle to be solved. And I think that's something you boys have achieved. In my time playing against them, it was pretty much the same kind of thing. One person destroys shields, other person actually gets the kill, and then just spot the scouts. That's all it really takes. So, I haven't put too much time into it to add more, but it's definitely just a puzzle kind of enemy.
Well, there you go. It looks like it's pretty consistent then across the podcast, and I'd love to hear from yourselves out there, audience. If you've been playing Helldivers 2, share your experience with us. Let us know how it went for you guys. Have you gone in as a solo Helldiver, as Barry Helldiver, and had a fucking nightmare of a time? Whatever it is, just let us know, because it'd be good to juxtapose to our own experience. But speaking of juxtaposition, Helldivers has had a major crossover with a beloved franchise of this podcast, which is, of course, Killzone. Now, this is old news. It's out at the store these days, but the Killzone was the first kind of major crossover they've ever had in Helldivers history, and with that, they brought in a smorgasbord of different items. So, in terms of items we got, we obviously get a Hellguest armor set, which I did buy, and it's very, very fitting. It looks great. You get the glowing Hellgast eyes, and you get the full attire. And the benefit you get from it isn't that great, but it's like Souls, isn't it? You go in there to look pretty rather than what the armor actually does. And so that's all I'm doing as well. Vanity born, rather than actually playing what I should do for my class. But you also get the STA-83, I believe it is, which is the Hellgast assault rifle that you use in Killzone. And that gun is trash. I'll just put it out there. It's bad.
Yeah.
The only cool thing about it is that when you aim down sight, it looks like you're playing Killzone. And that's why I bought it. And I didn't look back. I think it just looks fantastic. But it just doesn't do the job, especially not against the Illuminate. But it would be a chance for me to try against the bugs and the automatons when we get there. And then apart from that, you also got the Wasp launcher, which is a rocket launcher which has several rockets built into it, which then homing on. And that was a fantastic little addition, and that came free to the game. after there was some controversy because the cost of this Helldiver stuff was egregious. For the suit and the gun, I think it was just the suit I had to buy. I think the gun was just kind of included in there. I think I could just unlock it. But anyway, I spent £10 on that, which is a lot, right? That is a lot. You've got to think, for me, I didn't think twice, right? I booted the game especially to make sure I bought this because I want to show I fucking love Killzone. And anything I can do to potentially show there's interest in the world out there for Killzone, I'll fucking pay the price for it. I don't care. And for me, I don't regret it. I love that costume, but it is outrageous. And the cost was very, very spoken about in the community. And that's why they delivered the Wasp for free as a way to say, kind of, we heard you.
For me, I actually missed the opportunity to buy the Killzone outfit because I would have very much supported it as well if it was available within the store. Because what we have within Helldivers is almost like a roll-in store where every time you log on, you never really know what to expect at the time. And it's a bit lucky dip, really, isn't it? When you log on, you don't know if it's going to be good. You might buy it. If not, you kind of tend to ignore it. And generally, I'm not a massive microtransaction guy, right? I'm very against it, as opposed to someone like Lewis, who tends to absolutely love microtransactions. He seems to be buying them up the wazoo at the moment, seems to be always talking about the newest microtransaction that he spent extra money on. And he actually logged on at the right point and bought the Killzone armor set, didn't he, as well? So I'm very, very jealous of you guys. So I hope I log on at the right time and it does repeat itself. But I think when we've had the conversation sort of pre the show, Davey, you did mention that they are working possibly on a new storefront where we'll be able to see a larger suite of options within that, rather than just that lucky dip kind of store that we have at the moment, which if they're going to start making some serious money at Helldivers, and I don't want them, let's put that out there now, to turn into COD and Fortnite, where we get every fucking different character. I don't want Turtles running around. I don't want Warhammer characters running around. I don't want people from Star Wars running around, right? Let's keep it to IP that makes sense within Killzone. But I do want the Killzone outfit. So maybe I'm a hypocrite there. Maybe a little bit.
No, but I get what you're saying. And I think that goes on to something that Polstat tweeted out. So after the Killzone announcement was made, there was loads of fan tweets then about different franchises that Helldivers could saddle up with. And Polstat kind of just drew the line on this. And he said, when it comes to collabs, he says, in regards to collaborations, Arrowhead follows tenets. Now, such tenets include avoiding IP dilution, so only choosing IPs that are appropriate for the Helldivers IP, so as close to a one-to-one match as possible. Remember that crossovers would become canon in the universe of Helldivers, which I think is really fucking cool. Immersion breaks for other players, so they wouldn't want to be having it so that someone's running around there with like a rainbow coming out the back of them as they're running around or whatever, like COD seems to do. Limit the rate of collabs. Too much will dilute it, so it won't feel special. Be conservative and stringent as crossovers compound, and try and be as authentic as they can. So try to do right by the source IP and its fans. Strive to modify as little as possible and seek to become experts of the source material. And finally, to review often to see the effects on that IP and on the game following that collaboration.
I read that as well. And I read it and I thought that was a massive dig at the current state of gaming. That every game seems to be bringing in every other character into those games for no reason when they don't relate to games that they're being brought into.
I think there's no other way to really read that. That's kind of exactly how I felt about it. And I think like the analogy with COD is the right one here. Like COD and Fortnite, I suppose, to a certain extent. But because Fortnite is generally played by children, or I always view it as being played by children, I don't really think about it too much. But it is exactly that. I mean, like in COD, I was running around as fucking, Homelander, right? Like that's just ridiculous.
You could be Rhea Ripley, apparently.
It's stupid.
For wrestling. It makes no sense.
It's dumbass, right?
Who's going to shoot Rhea Ripley, right?
Definitely not. No. I wanted to come and melee me.
Shoot her with something. Hello.
Yeah, definitely. God damn yeah. This podcast should be a Rhea Ripley podcast. Fuck me. I'd bow down at the altar of her. I'd entrust her. Oh, whatever she wants. But no, like I look at Fortnite and they got crossovers all the time with different things, and like Karen's son is mega into Demon Slayer, and there's a rumored Fortnite Demon Slayer collab happening soon, and it's just all he can talk about. Like, he can't wait. And so I think, like, it shouldn't really work there, but it does, right? Like, but if I started seeing, like, you know, fucking My Hero Academia and Helldivers, I think I'd have a problem with it. You know, like, it just wouldn't fit, and I wouldn't be happy dropping in as John Cena or someone else, you know? Like,
well, you wouldn't see him.
no, true. True.
I do think with some of these characters, it just doesn't make sense for any other game other than Fortnite. Fortnite is the ideal playground for these types of characters, and I can't hate Fortnite for what it's doing and what it's achieving and the money it's making, but I think we probably just sound like our parents talking about something that we shouldn't be talking about when we talk about Fortnite, so it's best just to leave that one to the kids, and we'll talk about the adult games.
True. And speaking of adult games, last thing before we end what we've been playing is that when it comes to possible crossovers and franchises that you would want to appear in Helldivers 2, lads, what are your thoughts? Spence, I'll come across to you first. Have you got any that are tickling on the mind?
I'd love a Dead Space armor set, but should it happen? Probably not. But if I could have that armor, fuck, it'd be so sick. Especially if you got like a few of them. Like, you know, in Dead Space 3, the only good thing about Dead Space 3 is some of the armor sets are actually quite sick. Like the Arctic suit. Imagine being on a frost planet in the Arctic Dead Space 3 suit. Fuck, that'd be sick.
The hacker suit, man. The hacker suit's well nice. Where it's like kind of the Star-Lord one, where the hair's still showing, but it's just a mask. That's a sick fucking suit. I think...
But then the necromorphs become canon.
Yeah, and I think that could work, though. You know, a planet full of necromorphs would be fucking scary,
necromorph army,
man.
Fucking hell, yeah.
Like, I could see that working. I could definitely see that working. And it would be all about, like, your invasion would be trying to fight the Brother Moon. Obviously, you don't know about those yet, Phil. You get those in Dead Space 3.
No, you're not going to find out about them ever.
But yeah, you could do a lot with that. I think that's a really fucking cool one. And of course, it brings in new weapons, man. You can use the Ripper, the goat gun, man.
Plasma cutter.
Oh
bro.
yeah,
That'd be
your
sick.
line gun. Oh man, yeah, you could have. That would be a great one. I'd fucking love that. To be fair, I hadn't thought about that. It's a great one. Great one. What about yourself, Mr. Hoy? Where are you going with this?
Well, I think there's one really obvious one, and I'll leave that to you because I think it would be a disservice on the podcast if I took that one from you. But when I was thinking about it, and as much as I said I'm a massive hypocrite because I actually want the Killzone outfit, now it's available, I don't really want collabs in Helldivers. I like Helldivers for being Helldivers, and for all the reasons that Polstat goes through in his tweet, I feel like you're doing that, right? You are stepping towards that. Just making things canon just confuses things even more, and it kind of limits you. So him coming out and saying that, he might be walking those words back when he's making millions of dollars because he's just, you know, got Rhea Ripley into Helldivers 2. So actually, I don't want any, so I'm going to boo-hoo it. I just kind of want Helldivers to be its own thing. I don't want any tie-ins with other games, but I completely understand why they're there, and when they're there, I'll probably want them.
Yeah, that's always the way. Well, one that might get you on the money train, and it's one that I know that I've spoken to you about on voice chat. So thank you very much for not taking it. I would have been like, oh, well, I did fucking spit this all out to you. Is Resistance, man, the Chimera? It makes perfect fucking sense to me. It just fucking screams at it. You got so many awesome weapons in Resistance Saga. Just having the fucking bullseye would be insanely cool, let alone like the auger and shit like that. Like, just being able to have a secondary fire so you can put up fucking little shields in front of you and shoot through them. Bust ass, right? Be so sick. And the Chimera got loads of forms. So you got some that are as big as a skyscraper. So you can just put in like all different army units to make up a army. Whereas like the Helghast, you've got like tanks and things like that. It wouldn't feel too special, right? If you were to kind of further go on down and somehow you're a Helghast looking guy, but you're fighting Helghast. You could really make the Chimera army in here without too much effort. It really not too much. Like, you'd have your normal kind of grunts, you'd have those little kind of crawlers that jump about, so they'd be like your bugs are. It'd be like a mix between the Illumina and the bugs would be the Chimera army, with massive giant units that also have guns. And then you can also have tanks and things like that as well if you wanted to. But it could be like a nice little fusion between the three armies that already exist within the Chimera themselves. And to me, I think like you could explain the lore by having the Resistance trilogy set in the 50s, the 1950s. So obviously Super Earth's like a few hundred years past that. So they've, eradicated the Chimera, but they're back, baby. We never know where they came from. They just landed in Russia.
They're back.
So they're
baby.
back. And so they just appeared on Super Earth's radar. And I think that would be super fucking cool, man.
Okay, I'm a hypocrite. You've sold me. Hell, throw in a Horizon skin. Let's have a little Parappa the Rapper outfit. Let's bring it all in. Come on, every single Loco Roco. You could be rolling around in Helldivers, couldn't you? And then split up into other little Loco Rocos. How amazing would that be? Come on, God of Warhammer, throwing it at all the Illuminates. Brilliant. I'm joking, of course. But Resistance, yes, please.
I think there's one other one I actually would quite like to see. But just in how I think it'd work. Returnal. I think you could get a cool lightweight Returnal suit, and what I think they could bring is some brilliant weapons in Returnal. Some really sick ones that could come in. And also, you know how you have the jump backpack? What if you get a backpack that lets you dash like you do in Returnal?
Oh,
that'd be sick.
That would be nice. And I need to have the energy sword, man. Need to have the sword.
Cool.
Because they just got like a stun lance in now into Helldivers 2. Energy sword. Fuck yeah. And then if I could somehow do the movement tech.
Oh, busted. What the fuck?
That'd be wild, wouldn't it? Just zipping about the place, bro. Ragdolling.
Take full damage.
Yeah, ragdolling about all over the place. Pretty class, though.
Yeah. It'd be sick.
Man. Well, audience, I'd love to know your thoughts on this. What armies would you, or crossovers in general, would you like to see put into Helldivers 2? Let us know. Hit us up on the email, pswetrust@gmail.com, or on any of the socials. All the links are in the description of the show. Now let's move it on to the quick news. Quick news.
Quickety quick news. Welcome listeners, welcome viewers, and thank you for sticking with us for the first half of the show. If you have, maybe just skipped the first half of the show and went straight to the juice of the show, which of course is quick news, where we pick 2 items each from the latest and greatest of the PlayStation Network to present to you, but we do it in somewhat of a comical fashion. So we've brought back impressions this time round. I think that was deemed down to us. It was like given to us by the king, Davey. Of course, he won the last blowout. Hasn't had the crown yet, so technically is he the king? I don't know. He hasn't actually been crowned yet, but this was one of his wishes that we brought back the impressions round. Okay, and I know Spencer absolutely hates that, so we're going to try and give him some easy ones today. And because I'm the host with the most when it comes to the quick news, I'm choosing a very simplistic, well, on the face of it, simplistic impressions round, which of course will be animals, okay? So the round will go from myself over to Davey, back to Spencer, and then round again to myself as we present the news. So Davey, for your first impression, I would like a horse.
Quick news. We got some pretty crazy news here, right? As anyone who listens to the podcast knows, we love Capcom. We love Capcom more than probably any other publisher, including PlayStation themselves. And there's been a little piece of, I guess, news on the horizon. It's been shared by a couple of different people on Twitter now, but Capcom is saying that it's working on reactivating other dormant IPs like they did with Onimusha and Okami. And on the same level, guys, PlayStation are also rumored to be working on a couple of dormant classic IPs, says a couple of different insiders. Now, first off, I want to just hear from you guys. How do you feel about getting some classic IP back in the mix here? And when it comes to Capcom and then PlayStation, what could you consider that they may be putting back on the block here, on the rotation, on the spin, on the decks, if you will? Phil, I'm going to come across to you first.
Oh, this is Quite a difference, I suppose. But you're the king. You make up the rules. Normally it goes around to Spencer. It gives me a little bit of thinking time. But I have prepped for this particular question. So I'm quite thankful you didn't take it out of the quick news because it was close to being cut. But let's see where this conversation goes. Okay, when it comes to PlayStation IP, and I think bringing some old IPs back, that's very much welcome in my book because if people don't know, I'm a big collector of video games. So generally, when they bring an older IP back, I would have played the original source material, and I like seeing that. I like to see a new version of an older game. I'm all for that type of stuff. So when we're looking at PlayStation dormant IPs, of course, you've got the obvious ones, which would be Killzone, Resistance, MAG, all published by Sony, of course. So those would be interesting to see, and I think those would be the obvious ones, right? That we would all probably pick because we're all fans of those series in particular. But then I went a little bit deeper, and I think one of the ones that maybe I'm going to go back to because of the recent Astrobot level, which is Loco Roco. So I've never actually played Loco Roco. So for my birthday this year, my brother bought me Loco Roco for the PSP. So I'm really interested on my next travel, wherever that may be, to actually delve into that game a little bit more. So I think that would be a welcome IP to see a bit more of that IP, because I very much enjoyed it over on the Astrobot remake level. And you guys talk about it in very high regard. So that'd be one that would pique my interest a little bit. Not ever actually playing the game, but I'm going to play it very, very soon. So to see that reimagined, brought to the forefront, I think that would be a welcome addition to the PlayStation Nation itself. But if we're moving over to Capcom, and allow me if I can go through a few titles, because there's two that I would like to offer up to the king. And one would be Dino Crisis. Of course, that's the obvious one from Capcom that we haven't seen for a long, long time, okay? So Dino Crisis, the original one, came out in 1999, if you can believe it. And we had 4 iterations of Dino Crisis over the years. We had Dino Crisis 2 in 2000 and Dino Crisis 3, which sadly killed off the series because they took it to space dinosaurs, and I think it was an Xbox game if I remember correctly, and that actually bombed. It got a 51% over on Metacritic. But there was also a light gun game which I bought called Dino Stalker. Again, that was a 50% on Metacritic. So if we were looking at the start of the series, Dino Crisis 1 and 2, 74-86, things were looking good in the Dino Crisis world. And then unfortunately, we had a light gun game. Did okay. 50%. They generally don't do great. And then they went Dino Crisis 3 and took it to space over on Xbox, and it absolutely killed the series off. So I'd like a return to Dino Crisis 1 or 2. Maybe we can just have a continuation of the story. We could have the true successor to Dino Crisis. That would be interesting for me. But the other IP, and this is an IP that I often talk about when it comes to Capcom, is Lost Planet, guys. Now, we haven't had those games in a long, long time, okay? So the original one came out in 2006, started off with a bang, 79% over on Metacritic. And then we got Lost Planet 2. That dipped a little bit to 68, still a 7 out of 10, which is a great game back in 2010. And that was the one that I actually played the most over on the PS3. And we had another Lost Planet 3, and unfortunately that followed the same traditions, and it lost another 10% off the top, 10 marks off the top, to 58% over on Metacritic back in 2013. So yes, those would be the IPs for Capcom that I'd really, really like them to start to bring back, start to reimagine. I think there's been a big enough gap in time now where they could do something fresh with these IPs, or not necessarily fresh, just bring back what I loved about those IPs and give it a modern twist.
I tell you what, great choices, man. Absolutely great choice. I mean, Lost Planet aside, because Lost Planet was okay. It was one of those ones like, I love PsyOps, right, on PS2. It was like the same kind of ilk in terms of, it was all right. It was fine. I remember we went to a show somewhere, maybe like a gadget show or CES, not CES, wherever it was we went to. And there was a huge push for Lost Planet 3 at the time, if I remember right. And we played a demo for it, and it was fine. But I never really saw the hype, and it seemed like it was just you where that hype was. But I really appreciate all the nods, and fuck me, Loco Roco coming back would be a class one. Dino Crisis, I think that's the obvious fruit, isn't it? Like that's the low hanging fruit that I think most of us would go to immediately, especially if they were to be able to make Dino Crisis good. Because that first one, it definitely doesn't hold up, and it certainly doesn't hold a candle to its contemporaries for the game that can't be mentioned, right? Like, no, it's nowhere near them. So I think going back to the well and like doing a full remake of Dino Crisis and actually making it what it could have been, which is the game that can't be mentioned with dinosaurs, and making it more like that would be a good call. But I'd be happy with any of those coming back. Spence, have you got different games on your mind for both PlayStation and Capcom, or is it more a case of on the same lines as Phil?
100% different games. Especially, you said Dino Crisis. What did you say? Was it 72 or 74?
The original was 74, and then it jumped up with Dino Crisis 2 to an 86.
Bro, 70. They paid for that. That game is no 74. That game is a difficult play in 2024 or 2023 whenever we played it. Back then, with no guides, 70, no shot. Does not deserve to be remade. Don't like Dino Crisis very much. My games that I would come out with for Capcom specifically, in terms of not a classic, but a dormant IP, Pragmata. Bring it back. Where's it gone?
We never had it.
Where's it gone? It needs to come back. I need my bets to come in, Capcom. Even if the game's shit at this point, I'll take the 2 shots. It'd be class. It's fine. Bring Pragmata. In terms of a classic IP that I want to see come back, I don't know if you'll really allow it because it's only been since 2019 we've had the last game. Devil May Cry, where is it? Why have we not had another Devil May Cry game in ages?
I don't think there's any world where you could consider that a dormant IP. Do you?
Where is it?
I mean, it's 5 years.
It had a PS5
The last
release,
thing
right?
we heard of Devil May Cry was in the Apple presentation that showed that the DualSense works on iPad. That was the last thing we've heard of Devil May Cry.
Yeah, I mean, it came out at the start of the generation. It's like saying that Media Molecule's dormant. Sure, they haven't released anything in a while for it, but
They
I
are
certainly... Well, they never fucking showed up, bro. They're not at the starting line. But they're not even in the fucking book to be dormant. But no, I don't know. I wouldn't class it as being... I don't think there's anyone worried that it's not coming back, right? I think it's just a when rather than an if, you know?
If not, then freaking Marvel, you know? Bring Marvel 4.
Class.
There we go.
Yeah, brill. In terms of PlayStation, Knack 3, baby.
Oh.
When's it coming? That's what the people want. We've got new systems now. It was a tech demo, right? And now we've got an even more powerful console to show off. Knack 3. Could look so good.
Knack coming back would be wild.
It'd be
Right?
sick.
It'd be fucking unbelievable. Because it's like... Knack was supposed to be like last generation's Astrobot, and it just didn't work. It just didn't work. So now if they're like, oh, Astrobot can do it, maybe Knack can come back. No one gives a fuck about Knack. Apparently only you.
I never even played Knack. But I'd love to see it come back so I could not play it again. It'd be sick.
I would love it if they gave it to Media Molecule to do.
I think
Wouldn't that be
they'd
fun?
nail it, I think. They'd make a good game with Knack.
Maybe. Yeah, potentially. I mean, Mark Cerny himself came up with the brainchild behind Knack. And, you know, my guy, Mark, just focus on the PS6, bro. He ain't cooking. He ain't cooking in the software realm. So we'll leave that one there for damn sure. But no, I can't say I'm overly excited by your PlayStation choice. But nonetheless, still really good points. Have you got anything to add on to Spencer's choices there, Phil?
Absolutely terrible, mate. You know, I spent at least half an hour on Wikipedia scrolling through Dino Crisis and Lost Planets page just to make sure I got the right dates right for the podcast. Spencer comes on and he thinks, oh, what was the last game I played? There was a Capcom game. Devil May Cry. I want another one.
I would
sure.
like another one.
I would like another one, yes. But again, probably not old enough. Like the games I'm talking about, we haven't had a Dino Crisis since 2003.
They weren't very good.
So 20 plus years I've been waiting for the next Dino Crisis. For Devil May Cry, what, a couple of years at max?
It's been 6 years.
Since the last one? 6. There we go.
That's ages.
Quarter of the time, mate.
Yeah, but DMC's good.
It's class.
It is good. It is good.
Well, joining in, right, for the Capcom IPs that I want returned, obviously with some of the big heavy hitters out of the way in terms of Marvel and Dino Crisis, I'm going to have to go back to 2 that I got from the well. I think this is why Capcom are so good, because there's just so many franchises that you can pick up. The first one is Power Stone 3, man. Like, it's been since 2000, Power Stone 2. Nothing happened in 25 years now at this point. Where the fuck's Power Stone, man? Power Stone would bang.
You had the collection on PSP, didn't you, Phil?
Yes.
That's true.
But that's still quite a few years old. Though. We're talking PSP. Yeah. It's new to me, if that's how you're counting it.
Older than Devil May Cry, fam. But I think Power Stone coming back would be a great time for it. Like these kind of multiplayer, kind of like almost party games, but not quite party games. I think there's a lot of competition now in the market that do similar kind of things, but nothing does it quite like Power Stone. And I think it's always one of those fan favorites when you go to like an event or something and they got, retro consoles all set up and you can bet your bottom dollar Power Stone's there and you could bet there's going to be a queue for it because it's just fun as hell. So I would very much like to see that return. And on the Capcom line, fucking Mega Man. What the fuck, man? Like, where the fuck's Mega Man at? They've been doing like all remakes and re-releases of like his past titles, but where's the next Mega Man game? That would be the one, especially as like I've just watched Secret Levels, and Mega Man's even there. So it seems right for Mega Man to return, and I think you don't have to stray too far from what's there. Just put another classic style Mega Man game out, and everyone would be happy about it. That's my thoughts for the Capcom ones. But in terms of PlayStation, I think there's a couple of low-hanging fruits that haven't been picked, and not taking this to the first-person shooter realm. I think Wipeout needs to return. I think it's just insane that we're here on PS5 and we haven't had a Wipeout game since PS3. Just nuts to me. Like, it just doesn't really make sense. Sure, we had like a Mega Collection and stuff like that, and it's had so many improvements to it that you'd almost think that it's a brand new game. Why isn't PlayStation's first kind of racing IP here? I don't get it. And especially as like the PS5 Pro makes everything just look so fucking nice. Can you imagine that in 120? Like ray tracing and shit? It'll look nuts. So to me, like that is just wild that we haven't seen that return. And I think that would absolutely bang. And alongside that, we got a level for him in Astro, and I think this would be a great family-friendly franchise to bring back, is Ape Escape. We got the classics on the system at the moment. If you're a subscriber to Premium, there hasn't been an Ape Escape standalone game in a goddamn long time, and I don't see why not. It would just be a fun thing that if you're having a push for a younger audience at the moment with Astro, Cass loves that Ape Escape level. He absolutely loves it, and I haven't put him on old Ape Escape. That's something for me to do actually in the future. Got my mind reeling. I think that there's an audience there for that kind of experience again, and it's one of those ones that's kind of timeless in the way that it just plays. So I think those would be my choices, boys.
Nice. Very, very nice. Now, I was just doing a bit of a search on old Wikipedia, as I do. The last Mega Man was back in 2018. So there's a few years, but we're getting close to the Devil May Cry length of time, because you had Mega Man 11 that came out in 2018 for the PS4.
I forget about that
so
one.
that was the latest one. But before that, yes, there was a little bit of a gap all the way back to 2010. Okay, if you're counting a mainline Mega Man game. Okay, so if that's the one you're remembering, yes, it's been ages, but they did have one called Mega Man 11. Don't know if it did that well. Haven't got the the scorings in front of me, but yeah, it hasn't been that long. But Ape Escape, that's great. That was one I did have listed down, but I had a whole list of games. But it fits in line with what I was talking about with sort of Loco Roco, and you could even extend that, I suppose, to a bit of Parappa the Rapper as well, if you're going for that sort of child-friendly kind of party game-esque push at the moment. And I think all those games would fit in beautifully for the future of PlayStation.
Very bloody well said, mate. I think Mega Man, I completely agree with you with it's been a while for Mega Man, and Mega Man 11 was kind of released as kind of an angry thing in response to Mighty Number 9, more so than they planned to release a Mega Man game, I think. They were just showing we do this better when someone tried doing like a Mega Man ripoff. So it'd be nice if they actually made a proper Mega Man game, maybe akin to like Metroid Dread or something like that, where it's got a bit more because Mega Man at the minute is just walk right, press A. That is the whole game. It's Sonic, but a bit slower and a bit lamer. I
A
think.
bit harder.
Yeah, and a
Fucking
lot
solid.
harder as well. Yeah, it is really hard. Great games, to be fair. Mega Man 2. Whew. And Ape Escape slaps tits, man. I went back to that a while ago. Love it. I'd love for a new Ape Escape game, but they'd have to bring in a lot to bring Ape Escape back. It couldn't be the same gameplay that it used to be. They'd have to fundamentally change it, I think.
Yeah, it would need like a total re-envisioning almost, wouldn't it? But the things they need to keep the same is just like the kind of humor that's in those games and like the kind of wackiness that's kind of there, you know, that. And I think as long as they keep that part of the identity true, they can kind of just run with whatever they think. But in terms of Wipeout, then, are you guys thinking that this is more of a pipe dream, or are you thinking that I'm maybe onto something here? Because for me, that's the one that I think is the most obvious out of all our choices so far.
I think for me, Wipeout has never really resonated with me. I'm not a big racing fan. I don't actually own it on any of the consoles, so it was kind of a bit of a miss for me. So I wouldn't entertain that one coming back, and even if it did, I probably wouldn't register it outside maybe presenting it within the quick news.
Oh wow.
To be fair, mate, echo those words, bro. Exact same. never really bothered with Wipeout. I'm sure I'd enjoy it if it came back, but for me, it doesn't need to. But I'm sure people would love it if it did.
Well, there we go. Shall we wrap this piece of quick news up and move it on down the line? So I'm coming across to Young Master Spencer, and in terms of animals, I would like to hear a hawk, please.
A hawk.
Yeah.
I was going to do something stupid on the bed then. I won't.
Keep your top on, Spence.
I was just having a cup of tea. I'd make a splash sound. I don't know if that's good. Quick news. So, lads, listeners, once again, I'm coming back to you with the monthly games, this time for January 2025. And these aren't the PS extras or anything. This is just the essential monthly games. So, for this month, we have as follows: Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League for PS5, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered, PS4, and the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, PS4 and PS5. And all these games are available from January 7th, so already available now, until February 3rd. So pick them up whilst you can. Lads, what do you think of this month for Essential? Any of these stand out to you? And if so, which ones? Phil, across to yourself first.
Okay, well, I had a look at this list and did my research on this one again. So I've got some Metacritic scores. We'll just run down the list. So Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, that hit at a 60% on the Metacritic. Coming down to Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, I only got the Hot Pursuit rather than the remastered version. That was a 75, okay? And then we've got the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and that was rated as a 90. My God. So just based on the 90 Metacritic, and reading some of the stuff that was coming up in Wikipedia around this game, and I'll read some of it verbatim in a second. I think it's important for me to sort of introduce this game properly, because the Stanley Parable, I don't know if you guys know what type of game this is, because I surely didn't when I'd seen it. I'd heard a lot of positive things, but I didn't actually understand what type of game it was. So over on the Wikipedia, it says the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is an expanded reimagining of the critically acclaimed, award-winning indie game, The Stanley Parable, back from 2013. Everything that was in the original Stanley Parable is here, preserved like it was back in 2013. And again, that doesn't really tell you a lot. So I went back to the 2013 version, and this is what it says. It says that the Stanley Parable is a 2013, yes, we got that, story-based video game designed and written by developers Davey Warden and William Pugh. Okay. The game carries themes such as choice in the video game, in relationship between the game creator, the player, and fate. Still don't really understand what it could be, but I'm hella interested. So that 90%, that would be my pick, and it's already downloaded on my PS5 Pro, ready to play when I need a break from Dead Space.
Yeah, so this game was mega popular on PC. It's had a lot of YouTubers cover it and streamers cover it. You play as Stanley, and you're in work. All you do is type numbers into a computer all day. That is your whole job. And one day you're in work and you realize no one else is there. And you think, where is everyone? And you think, are they in a meeting? And you go to head to the meeting and the whole thing's narrated saying, so Stanley got up and left to find his colleagues or stuff like that. And then you'll get to a room that has two doors and it says, Stanley took the door on the right. and you have the choice to actually follow it or to go against the narration and alter the story. And the whole thing is trying to get to as many different endings as you can, which could be like, well, I don't know a lot of the specific endings. I've only beaten it once, I think. But it's a weird game. It's a good game. And that's basically all it is, making decisions and do you follow it or go against.
Well, that sounds great, Spence. And as I said, I was always looking for kind of a game that I can play a little bit on the Portal, maybe. I think this would probably be the type of game that would lend itself to the limitations of the Portal. It doesn't sound like the most high-paced game. If it's just a point-and-click adventure, or if I'm just going along following a story, I think that would work quite well on the Portal. But as I say, I like to have that sort of palette cleanser to sit alongside my main game, which, of course, at the moment is Dead Space. So, yeah, 90%, I can't say no to that one.
Hell yeah, mate. Hell yeah. Davey, mate, before you even think about it, my friend is playing Stanley Parable at the moment, and he's given me some insight to the trophies.
Ooh. Go on.
So, apparently it's not a hard platinum, but it's a long platinum. And 2 of the trophies, he said to me, are really strange. So, one of them, you have to play for an entire Tuesday.
Right.
So, you have to just boot the game and leave it on all Tuesday.
All right.
And the other
Weird.
one is, after 10 years of not playing, come back to the game.
What?
What?
Shut up.
That's the trophy.
That's the trophy. So you have to turn your internet off or disconnect from online, change the date on your PS5 to 10 years later, boot the game, it'll pop the trophy, and then you reconnect and sync it.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Or you wait 10 years.
How nuts is that? That's crazy. I mean, that trophy list is getting me through the door before even anything you guys were talking about, right? Like, I've seen bits of this game. I think I've seen like little shorts on YouTube and stuff, and it looks just really fun and really just quite unique. And so this would be one that I'd add to the backlog, but not one I'd play straight away. For me, the one I want to play immediately, and I'm going to play as soon as I finish the platinum grind on Legacy of Kain, is Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League. I want to experience this story. I want to see what happens to Batman. You know, it's the Arkham versus Batman. I want to see how that all kind of ends. And of course, it's my boy Soups. So I want to know how the hell the Suicide Squad, these group of fucking ragtag fucking dickheads, are supposed to take down...
Nobody's.
Yeah, supposed to take down Superman.
Fuck's Boomerang Man, right?
Captain Boomerang.
That's him. I didn't
Yeah,
even know his
he's a
name.
Man.
And I like this type
He's a
of stuff.
Flash villain, somehow. I mean, like, this is the thing. Like, these guys are so underpowered. Maybe they could, like, I could see maybe they take out Batman, right? Like, they'd have to get him on Batman's worst day ever, where his IQ's off, and he's got no contingency plans. I could see how they could potentially do that. He is just a man at the end of the day. But Superman, I mean, what? Wait, Harley Quinn's got a bat. You know, like, the rest of them have got guns. And, like, fucking King Shark has got a knife. None of these do a thing to Superman. You know, like, it should be game over. When Superman turns up, it's like, oh, we're fucked. And I kind of want to see how that unfolds. And I want to see how they can pull that out their arse.
Not to ruin it, but it's just going to be a kryptonite boomerang.
I was
isn't it?
literally going to say you pay $6.99 and get a kryptonite boomerang.
But, I mean, this is the stupid thing about Superman. You got a guy who moves, like, faster than light speed. He would have seen that boomerang coming towards him for, like, hours. And he decides, I'm going to let this hit me. It's just, like, ridiculous. Like, no one should ever, like, there's things where, like, Batman's clocked him with something, and you think, there's no way. Like, this is impossible. Like, this guy should just be so far beyond, regardless to what you've got, right? Kryptonite, whatever. Unless you've put that kryptonite up your ass, and Superman, for some reason, and you encased it in lead, so Superman can't see it, because that's the only thing he can't see through. That is your only hope against him, is that you go up and you be like, can I have a hug, Superman? And you're like, yeah. And he's like, whoa, you got some in lead in your ass. What's that all about? And then you're like, ha,
You couldn't
kryptonite.
get it out.
How do you hug people?
Well, you just get close to him.
I haven't had a hug in a while, have I? Like, from you, but if you're putting your hands in my
No,
arse...
I'm not saying that you have to put the kryptonite up his ass. I mean, I've got the kryptonite on my person, right? And, like,
Oh,
if it's
right.
in my bowel, I'm sure that he'd be like, well, that's odd. He's put lead up there, but he probably wouldn't put two and two together. He'd probably be thinking, oh, this guy's up to some weird shit, but I'll let this slide. You know, if you had it in your pocket, it'd probably be like, yo, what's that lead in your pocket? Let's have a look at what you got. And he'd be like, no.
What's that lead in your pocket? Are you pleased to
and
see?
he'd be like,
It's that
and
joke,
he flies
isn't it?
back a bit, charges up the heat vision, and just thinks, pull that lead out. And you're like, what lead? And he's like, the only thing on your body I can't see through, while he's like flies back a bit so he's out of the range of kryptonite. Whereas if it's up your arse, he probably doesn't want to scan there, so you got a chance to hug him and get him. Apart from that, I don't know how this ragtag bunch of dickheads are supposed to take down the most powerful being in DC.
I know exactly how. There you go, actually. He says, pull that lead thing out. It's the only thing I can't see through. And then you whip your phone out. You go, were you using your X-ray vision on me? That's an invasion of my privacy. And you get him cancelled. And then the government tries to take him down. And then it's the world against Superman.
That could work. If
anyone can beat Superman, it's Twitter, bro.
Yeah. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Well,
I like
this is why it's at the top of my list in terms of playing. All I'm going to do is just mainline it. I'm just going to mainline the entire thing. And who knows? Maybe there's a world that I really fall down the rabbit hole with this and I enjoy it. I highly doubt it. Looking at everything I've seen so far, I don't think the gameplay is going to be for me. But the story is going to kick ass, I think. So I'm just going to mainline the entire thing, 6 odd hours and bounce. And hopefully it gives me the little bit of DC love that I need. Because, you know, we don't really have any DC games apart from the Batmans, and obviously there hasn't been one of those in quite a long time, so that's going to be my choice. But it is a multiplayer game, so would anybody like to join me on this mainline quest?
I was actually going to say my game out of the 3 would also be Suicide Squad. Just because I've already beaten Stanley Parable, and I might go back to it and get the plat, but it's 28 hours and effort, so maybe not. Need for Speed, don't give a shit, because I've got GT7 with VR and a wheel. So Suicide Squad's the one, and even if it is a naff game, I've been looking for a co-op game for us lot to play together for a long time. So even if the game's subpar, the co-op experience makes it better, doesn't it? So I think I will enjoy that one.
Oh, there you go. What about Phil? Are you going to join us on this adventure?
So I've been playing a lot of League of Legends lately. So I might be playing some more League of Legends when you guys are playing Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, because I have no interest. I don't really enjoy DC, and it's a very low rated game. I kind of want to just give this one a miss.
Fair enough. So which character are you going to go, Spence, in the Suicide Squad? This is what I want to know. Which one?
What a stupid question. Who do you think?
I reckon you're going to go Harley Quinn, right?
Harley fucking Quinn, mate. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Have a joke.
I think I got to go for my boy Captain Boomerang. I reckon he's going to be Bants. He's funny. He's a funny character. So, and he's like Australian or whatever.
I thought you'd be a King Shark. Easy.
No, King
You love sharks and you love strength builds.
I do, but he's
Australian.
He's a rip.
He's got a boomerang. Yeah. How much more on the nose
class,
could it be?
Right? Absolutely class. So I think Captain Boomerang is going to be for me. King Shark is like a street shark, but shit. And I'd never like it. I'd never respect him. And I love sharks. So I don't know what it is. I think if he was more sharky and didn't have legs, I'd like him more. Because he's like a man shark, like a street shark, but he's not quite edgy like a street shark is, and 90s like a street shark. I don't like him. And so, no, I refuse to play him. But Captain Boomerang is going to be the one. Crikey, mate. Crikey, that's the Flash. So, that's bloody Superman. I don't know where I'm going with this accent. It's not Australian anymore. But yeah. No, thank God. Thank God, no.
Well, I think that's enough on that, lads. But I think pretty decent month. I think it's pretty good. So moving round to yourself, Phil, for your bit of quick news. My impression for you is going to be, I think you've made a similar noise to this before, so I think you might nail it. An elephant.
An elephant? And when I introduced this, I said we were going to be nice to each other. And I thought, a horse was quite an easy one to start off with. You normally give the easy ones to start off with. But an elephant?
Easy, no?
Yeah, that's easy.
I don't even know where to start with an elephant.
Wild.
I don't know. Elephant. There we go. Maybe he was just ill on that day. Quickety quick news. So guys, I've got a little bit of news around Tango Gameworks, okay? So there was a post on Twitter and it says a new start. Tango Gameworks studio has been reborn as Tango Gameworks Inc. proudly joining Crafton Inc. We're excited to continue crafting games that bring joy to the players around the world. Thank you for the continued support as we embark on this new journey. So guys, the news is that Tango Gameworks has proudly joined Crafton. Now guys, how do you react to that bit of news? Spencer, I'm coming over to you first.
Yeah, sound. Is what it is. I don't care. They can do what they like. As long as they're making good games, I don't give a shit if they're joining Crafton or whatever the fuck's going on. Sound.
Okie doke. Well, Tango Gameworks, and maybe I'll just give you a little bit of background on who these two development studios are. So Tango Gameworks, they're responsible for Ghostwire Tokyo, The Evil Within, Hi-Fi Rush, okay? And they're a Japanese-based development studio. Crafton, a Korean development studio, and they are responsible for a game called Terrera and PUBG Battlegrounds, and of course, the absolute legend of a game, the Callisto Protocol. Now, going off those games, is there anything there that excites you a little bit? And maybe you'd have a little bit more to say on this sort of joining of powers, if you like.
Nah. I don't play Tango Gameworks games, really, and I haven't played Crafton's games, so I don't... It is what it is. Good luck in your future, guys. I don't care.
Wow. Wow, nuts.
I don't give a shit.
Absolutely nuts, dude.
Fair enough. Well, Davey, I know you're going to have a lot more to say than Spencer on this one because you're a huge Evil Within fan. And I mean, I don't know if any of us actually played Hi-Fi Rush, but that was very highly rated from our friends over on the Xbox podcast. Of course, that was a shining light for Xbox for a long, long time until they killed the development studio. And you actually played Callisto Protocol. I know our views differ quite dramatically when it comes to this game, but you did play it, so you do know Crafton.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the bigger thing that Crafton publish, because they're let's get it right, they're a publisher, right? As well as like a developer, mostly a publisher, so it'd be like joining EA or something like that, right? Is that they work with Unknown Worlds on a Subnautica series, and so they publish some awesome stuff. The issue is, right, and my only worry with this is not so much with Crafton, because I think that if you think about Callisto's problem, I don't think any of it's caused by Crafton themselves. You know, Crafton poured a fuck ton of money into that development, and it went on for a long time, that development cycle. It was just that Glenn Schofield and the team shit the bed on it, right? Like, I don't think that's any issue on the publisher themselves. And when it comes to Crafton's past experiences, like working with Unknown Worlds, they've been really good with the Subnautica series. Subnautica 3 is coming, or Subnautica 2, sorry, is coming into early access this year, while they kind of refine it and get it ready for the console launch the following year. So I don't think there's anything wrong with Crafton. I think that Tango, great. Them going over there is going to be fantastic. The thing I don't understand, right, and the only concern I have with this is that after the closure of the studio, obviously you've got key people, I imagine, wouldn't really be there anymore. You know, like, it's not like as if it closed and then next day it reopened at Crafton. And so everyone kind of moved over with that. I imagine that most of the people that worked within Tango originally, when it was its own entity, found replacement jobs within the gaming industry. So some of the like secret sauce that would have been there in that studio potentially has been lost. And I also don't know what the fate of the franchises that Tango had are in terms of like Evil Within. Is it still under like Xbox side or something from when they originally like kind of purchased and put over there? Potentially. So what's left for them? Like Hi-Fi Rush, can I see a Hi-Fi Rush 2 coming from them? I don't know. Because I don't even know if they own that IP or not. And that's kind of the unknown questions that I have at the moment. So I'm dubious. I mean, it's great for anyone who was still at Tango and didn't find work and was able to come back into the fold. Fantastic news for them. And it's great to see the name Tango being flooded back out there in the market. But until we kind of see a little bit more meat on the bones, I'm skeptical to see if this is going to be the same studio that it was before. And I think that's the big question mark that I have going into this.
That's exactly the same road that I was going down when I initially saw this tweet, because there's been a lot of time that has passed since we heard that Tango Gameworks studio was kind of shutting down. And hopefully you can do a little bit of a Google search while I'm just talking through my rationale for this skepticism over them helping out developers. Because are they just buying into the IPs, as you mentioned? Because Ghostwire Tokyo, Evil Within, Hi-Fi Rush, they're huge names, okay? And if Tango Gameworks maybe shared that IP, or there's some sort of litigation within that where they can't, Krafton then can't create those IPs, they've still got that talent within, and they could do a spiritual successor. And that's what they did with Callisto Protocol, of course, for Dead Space, didn't they? They took heavy source material from Dead Space and sort of made their own thing from it. So maybe they could do the same with Evil Within, Hi-Fi Rush, and Ghostwire Tokyo, probably the latter out of the three. But taking a really successful IP and then doing a reimagined, you would have some sort of ownership over that if you've acquired the Tango Gameworks studio.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing is for me, like, Shinji Mikami, who's the founder of Tango, right? He left a while before the closure of the studio. Without him there, I mean, I don't know. Like, would you really want a horror game and not have Shinji Mikami attached to it? I don't know, man.
I've got some information for you boys. So, on the 12th of August 2024, Krafton announced that it had acquired Tango Gameworks. It went into effect on the 1st of August, and that around 50 of the original 105 staff members are brought back, with the rest of them having reported to have found employment elsewhere. It is also confirmed that the acquisition would include the rights to Hi-Fi Rush, and that there were plans to continue developing the property and explore future projects. However, Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo rights remain with Microsoft.
There we go.
There we
Thank
go.
you for clarifying that.
So we were on to something slightly there with the Hi-Fi Rush, but thanks for the clarification over with Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo, because they would lose that. But Hi-Fi Rush in itself, that's a big dick.
It is, yeah. It's a big deal. It just depends on who's left, right? Like, I don't know. I just feel like anyone who was that key to the development of that game would have been snapped up as soon as they're out on the open market. You know, anyone who was key to that, you know, like if you're talking like a lead graphic designer or lead level designer, those kind of like positions, like let alone like game directors and stuff, I imagine they're probably gone onto you know, greater and grander things. Whereas the 50 people that are left, and I could be completely speaking out my arse, I don't know, I imagine they're more the lower level people, right? And like there might be a couple in there that have like some amazing ideas, but I wouldn't necessarily say that there's, you know, we can expect the same level of quality just because the name is back on the market. I don't know, I'm still pretty skeptical about it at this stage.
Fair enough. Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled for any news on the upcoming rumblings with Krafton and what they do with Hi-Fi Rush. And indeed, if they do try to, you know, take on something with Ghostwire Tokyo or Evil Within and produce a spiritual successor without causing any havoc with the actual owners of those series. But let's move this on. So, Davey, here's your next impression. So I want you to give us a slippery snake.
Okay. I'm going to do a biblical version, all right? So it's the devil in disguise, as we all know. You know, he comes in, tricks Eve. So he's walking in, slithering in. Eve, take a bite out of the apple, Eve. Trust me, Eve. But what shouldn't I? God's told me not to eat this apple. Don't listen to all you've been told, Eve. Do you want the knowledge? Do it, Eve. There you go. Quick news. The Game Post, which I've never used before as a resource, but I saw this on Twitter and it was too good to not pass up. So thegamepost.com have come in with an exclusive bit of news here on Bungie's MOBA Smash Bros. Hybrid gummy bears. Now, this project was originally kind of I guess you could say rumored, or there was insight given about it back in like 2013, but it's been pretty close since then, or if there is anything, it's been under the radar and I haven't seen it. So there's new details for it, and I'm going to read this a little bit verbatim for you guys in the audience, just in case you missed this. So, Bungie have been quietly working on a new IP codenamed Gummy Bears, a team-based competitive MOBA game. Gummy Bears officially transitioned from Bungie to a new PlayStation studio with around 40 Bungie developers spearheading its continued development. The transition followed Bungie's second round of layoffs in mid-2024, shortly after the celebrated release of Destiny 2's The Final Shape expansion. In an official statement, Bungie announced, "We are working with PlayStation Studios leadership to spin out one of our incubation projects, to form a new studio within PlayStation Studios to continue its promising development." Now, in terms of Gummy Bears, it is a MOBA at its core. And what they've done is they've incorporated elements from Smash, really, by that you have a percentage-based system. And so the damage that people have, it then accrues and then they get hit further back and you can hit them kind of off the stage. And that's kind of about it, really. That's kind of all we know. There's apparently different class types in support, attack, and defense, and multiple game modes catering to various player preferences. Ooh. Now, guys, you're definitely more the MOBA crowd than me on this. So I'm going to start off on a bit of a Debbie Downer in that I could not give less of a fuck about this. Like, could not care at all. MOBAs just ain't my bag. It's not my cup of tea. I don't care. Sure, maybe they can do something that and they can show it and I'll be really interested in it. But it would be like trying to walk up Everest with lead boots on, right? Like, it's going to be a hard fucking sell for me personally. And the fact they're incorporating like fighting game mechanics or like, Smash kind of level mechanics to make it a little bit easier to understand, I think even that's not going to get me through the door, because it's not a lack of understanding, it's a lack of I don't give a fuck. And so it's just not for me. But Spence, you and Phil both absolutely adore MOBAs and all that shit.
Just the one, yeah, just one.
Is there any more than League?
Yeah.
Exactly. There isn't.
Yeah, like who cares, right? Like, how do you feel about having a PlayStation Studios internal MOBA?
I couldn't give a fuck, mate. I really couldn't care less. Even with the Smash thing, there's two things I love. Smash, arguably at the minute, I want a new one. And League of Legends. They're not made for PlayStation, if you know what I mean. I don't think the DualSense is a good controller for Smash, and I don't think any controller is a good controller for a MOBA, because I think MOBAs are typically meant for PC. I think that's the genre that was built for computers. So I would never play this if it released. Maybe try it, but I couldn't give a shit about this. It's not something I want to see on PlayStation.
Wow. Surprising. I thought this might be your back. But, Phil, are you going to be putting this in your basket?
And what a basket it is, hey guys? Well, on the face of it, MOBA, Smash Brothers, this should really draw my eye and my attention. But this is actually quite new news to me. I've seen it a couple of times over on the X, if you like, but I haven't seen a lot more than what you've actually described. And if we think about Bungie, we think about Destiny, we think about Halo, don't we? Now, I'm not sure how that really relates to either of the two main things that bring me into this news article, MOBA and Smash Brothers. It feels like it's untrodden ground for a company like Bungie to be doing something along these lines. And you mentioned Gummy Bears, and of course that is just a working title. It might have nothing at all to do with Gummy Bears. And I know a little bit about Gummy Bears, so does everybody. They're sweets. And there was a TV show in the 80s where they used to drink some sort of juice and it made them bounce. So maybe there's something to do with that within the game. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there. Maybe there's some sort of bouncing mechanics within this that would make it somewhat entertaining and relate it to the old Gummy Bears show of the 80s. But let me put a bit of a positive spin on this, because both of you have been somewhat negative because, of course, you are Smash Brothers. You love this game and you would hate anything to come close to this type of game. But having Bungie develop something new I'm really interested in this because it was an expensive acquisition for us over on Sony's side. And they haven't really done a lot to warrant that big amount of money that we've put into that acquisition. And now to hear they're going through now creating something new, not just a new Destiny, not just a new Halo. They're going out and trying something new. I can tip my hat a little bit to that. And I'm somewhat interested in this, but we haven't had a lot of news, so it's very hard to actually comment much further than, yeah, I'm interested in this, and I'm happy that Bungie are active.
I don't know. I just feel like the development could be used on something else. Like, I really do. There's so many. I mean, Christ, we were just laying out shitloads of classic IP that they could just be working on, and instead they're trying to forge new ground in a MOBA. I don't know, man. I feel like the MOBA space, much like Spence said, it's a PC centric place, right? Like, sure, there's some that do okay on console, but to put your eggs in this basket and to forge into this genre, it just doesn't feel like the right kind of fit. And maybe I'm writing it off before I see it, right? And when I see it, maybe I'll be completely overcome with joy and glee. But right now, I would rather shit my hands and clap than play a fucking MOBA on the PlayStation. Like, to think my life has come to the point where I finish work, been a hard day, and I boot up and I play a fucking MOBA. Fuck no. Like, sorry guys, I know this is the norm for you boys, but for me that's a cry for help. And I'm not about to start going down that road. I'm just not. Let's move it on to yourself then, Spence. And we've done loads of different impressions for animals on the show, so I'm going to try and not do a repeat, because I think like the easy ones we've gone for, we've done like seals and stuff like that, right? So let's have a little think. This one's easy, right? Super easy, but we all know the sound very, very well. I would like the sound of a fox, please. Because you hear them at night, you know, they're screaming away, and you think, fucking hell, he's going to be in my bin. I wanna hear where we're going with this.
There's a whole song about what the fox says, bro. No one knows. No one knows. I think you've told us in the past what noise a fox says, I believe, on this show.
Have I?
I believe so, back when we were doing animal impressions originally, so we've done a lot. So I believe you have. And I think, I might be wrong in what you said it was, but I think it's something like...
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, man.
Quick news. That's what the fox says. Right. Next bit of news. Dead Space creators say that they pitched Dead Space 4 to EA earlier in 2024, and EA was not interested in pursuing it. Now, Davey, you are a massive Dead Space fan, same as me. Phil, you're new to the franchise, but you can see the promise. Davey, I think I'll come to you first. What do you think about this news?
Do you know what? On the face of it, you'd think that I'd be like, what the hell, EA? But I actually agree with them. I don't think they should. I think that the smarter thing to do with this is to continue on the remake trilogy and to do 2, to do 3, and then to do 4. Because right now, like, you think that there's a small contingent of players who played Dead Space 3 and saw that stellar ending in the DLC that set up a Dead Space 4. And they're out there and they're vocal, right, in terms of wanting a Dead Space 4, but that isn't mass market. And I think the smarter thing to do is that you've just brought back, Motive just did a fantastic job like a couple of years ago now on Dead Space 1 remake. Go back to the well. Do 2, do 3, do the 3 DLC included within 3, so it's got a really nice ending, and then forge ahead with 4. I think that's the smarter way to be able to build up and revitalize the franchise and to make it into something that a 4th entry will have a real impact, rather than it comes out with a 4 and everyone thinks, fucking hell, when did we go from Dead Space 1 to 4? Like, if someone didn't know, like, that they're remakes or something, they just wouldn't have a clue. And they'd be like, whoa, what the hell? What's all this Brother Moon shit? They wouldn't have a clue, right, about any of this stuff, which gets introduced in 3. So I think you've got to go back and you've got to take it baby steps and work through them all. Now, the downside to this is that Motive already announced that they're working on an Iron Man game. So how long do we have to wait for Dead Space 2 is anyone's question. And if they ever are going to do one, because we've reported on the show before that they pitched Dead Space 2 remake and that EA were thinking, no, we'll pump the brakes on it. So that is the kind of bigger question mark to me, is that if we're going to go to Dead Space 2 rather than jumping ahead to 4, which I think right now wouldn't make the most financial sense.
Bloody lot of great points, mate. A lot of fantastic points. Phil, mate, how do you feel about it?
Well, what more really is there for me to say about a series that I don't know a lot about? Obviously, I've only played the first couple of sections of Dead Space Remake, and I'm very much enjoying it. But I have 2 and 3 sat on the shelf behind me, so I could always go back to the well. There's enough Dead Space to keep me happy. But from what I've heard about EA and from what Davey's gone through, it just sounds like it's not the right time to be putting any more money into Dead Space at the moment. It doesn't make financial sense for them to be pushing that at the moment. And I can kind of agree with them. For me personally, I don't need a new Dead Space because it takes me a long time to play games, right? I don't have the same amount of time. I've gone back to saying this now. I've not said it for a couple of weeks, but now I'm back. I don't have a lot of time in my day. So there we go, Joe Thomas. You can talk about that in Facebook when we have a little chat about that. But yes, I don't have a lot of time, so that's my excuse. So, and I think with EA, it's just not the right time for them.
Fair enough, boys, fair enough. I think I'd like them to do a Dead Space 4. Of course I would. But I do agree the remakes need to be done first. I don't agree with your point where if they jump to 4, it'd be confusing. Because that's just something that happens. It's like everyone's going to play the new Metal Gear remake and think, oh my god, this is amazing, and someone's gonna go, that's actually number 3, and they'll be like, what?
Yeah, but MGS3 is a start.
I know it's a
the
prequel,
series,
yeah,
right?
I understand.
Like, whereas 4 would begin nuts. Like the ending
The
of
end of the
3,
three.
like I'm keeping this on spoiler free for Phil's sake here. But the ending of 3 on that DLC is insane. Like it's one of the best endings ever. It's like so good. And fuck me, actually, that DLC for 3 was like way better than the base game. It was so fucking good. I think 4 would begin, everyone would be like, whoa, what the hell? Like, imagine you just went from that. You just bought the last one a couple of years ago. Your mum bought it for you for Christmas or something. Or like my old Game That Can't Be Mentioned story. My gran bought that for me from like from Woolworths or something. And when I was like 7, like way too young. Imagine someone just played like Dead Space and they're like, oh, this was great. Like, I really loved this. And then they're like, oh, why are they calling it Dead Space 4? Is this like that Goat Simulator remake of 2 or whatever? and they get it, and then they're like, oh, what the shit? Like, because it would just open the ending of 3, which is just nuts.
Yeah, but we're in a time where if they're confused, they're like, why is it Dead Space 4? They could just Google it and be like, oh, there's 2 more games.
Dude, kids are dumb, man. Like, they're dumb.
It's not a game for kids. You know?
Yeah, but they'll play it, man. Like, me and Phil anyway, I can't speak for yourself, but me and Phil were playing survival horror way before we should have. Like, way younger than we should have played them. I was like fucking 8 playing the game that can't be mentioned 1. Like, that's too young.
Yeah.
You know?
I remember having sleepovers and my mum was like, you can't be playing the game that cannot be mentioned with your friends on a sleepover because it's too scary and they're not old enough and you're not old enough and you shouldn't even have the game.
Why'd you buy it for me then, eh? You know? You're like, well, whose fault was that? Eh? Because I've got it now, so I can play it. So I'd be like, I think I played Dead Space on the year it launched, 2008, so I was 10. And I think that was, yeah, a bit frightening, but class. And I think these kids anyway, if it's kids playing 4, they're not going to even care about the story if they're kids. So they're just going to be like, oh, it's the opening of a game. They're not even going to comprehend, I don't think.
No?
No. I never cared about story when I was a little kid.
Oh,
I don't
mate.
give a shit. I think they'll be fine.
You just have to have one of those things that goes, previously on Dead Space.
Exactly.
And then they introduce it, surely.
It'd be a long fucking cutscene.
Yeah,
3
it'd be
games
massive.
Worth. Everyone's there. Skip. I want to shoot.
Massive fucking cutscene. I think I agree with you. They should do the remakes of 2 and 3 first, obviously. And I'd love them. I'd love them to fix 3 and make it great. Make it play like the DLC did and have that canon ending. Fuck me, it'd be phenomenal. But I think give it a few years and EA will be interested. I think I'd like them, if they are not interested now, maybe they're waiting for a technological advance so that they can make Dead Space 2 fucking brilliant or something. You never know why they've refused it.
I think it's going to be one of those things that they'll see the success of the game that can't be mentioned 9, and they'll be like, maybe it's time. Right? Like, that's normally it seems to be what EA try and do, is that they just see what's out there in the market, read the tea leaves, see the success of Silent Hill 2, see the success of all the remakes for the games that can't be mentioned. 9 then gets announced, has a huge blow up, and they think, you want a piece of this pie, right? And then they start churning up the Dead Space. They wheel him out again. They wheel out Isaac Clarke and make him all nice, and fuck
Poor
me, I'll buy it
man.
day one, man. So, fucking do it, EA. Jesus, what the fuck you doing? If I was running EA, I would be shutting down so much shit that they do and just fucking get this project out there. And it wouldn't cost that much to do. The game's done. Just make it look better. That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
The game's fucking perfect. Just make it look better. That's it. Done.
Exactly right, mate. Couldn't agree more. I don't think we have much more to say on that. So I say we move on. So, Philip Hoy, my impression for you. I'm going to say... I'm going to try to think of an animal we haven't done before as well. But it's hard, isn't it? You get all the easy ones out the way first. I can't remember if we've done a dolphin. Have you ever done a dolphin, Phil?
I've never done a dolphin, no.
Give me the dolphin.
Quick news. So, guys, I've got some news around a little-known convention out in a place called Las Vegas. Far and far away in the United of States. So CES is the Consumer Electronics Show, okay? So it's the biggest show in the world for what we're talking about. So it's everything from dishwashers to TVs to video games to everything in between and everything more that has a battery in it, and let your mind run wild with that statement. And that's taken place between the 7th of January to the 11th of January. And Sony were there in force, but we didn't get a lot of games per se because they want to show that to the gaming community. But what we did get was an update on a TV show, which we're very much big fans on, The Last of Us Part 2. So they have confirmed that's coming April this year to HBO and Max. And of course, the torrents. So over on BitTorrent, you can just download The Last of Us like everybody else in the UK, because who the fuck subscribes to Max or HBO? And then we've got some updates on a couple of films for you guys. And I know we love film adaptations of video games here in PS We Trust. So we've got the Until Dawn film, and I think we knew this was coming, but we got a confirmed date of April 25th, 2025, and I've got to confirm that it's not a remake of the game, so you'll be happy about that. It's a new version of Until Dawn, and I believe with fresh actors. We've also got an update on Horizon. So we're getting Horizon Zero Dawn, the film. So this is a reimagining of Aloy's story, guys. Brilliant. More Horizon. And this one will get you jumping off your chair, Spence. Helldivers 2, the film. So we've got more Starship Troopers as a film, but it's Helldivers. That's going to be great. And we've got an update on an anime. So this is the Ghost of Tsushima Legends. So this is the anime adaptation. And that got my brain ticking a little bit, because of course we had that acquisition or part buyout of Kadowa. So of course, that's not confirmed there's any relation between the two, but those guys are big into the anime space. So maybe that's Sony flexing their guns now and moving some of their IP into anime. And this was one of our predictions on a past show, wasn't it? That we would see more games in anime based around that acquisition. But guys, obviously I've gone through quite a few different IPs there, and different ones will interest different people within the show. Now, Spencer, here we go. The Last of Us Part 2. What are you going to say? Are you excited?
Oh, I was going to start with something else, but sure, yeah. I mean, Last of Us Part 2, keen as fuck, man. It's my birthday month. It's coming out. I've already got the Steelbook 4K Blu-ray of Season 1. I'm going to be buying the Steelbook 4K Blu-ray of Season 2. I am just super keen to see how they pull it off, and to know that it's coming so soon. Whoo! I can't wait. I think that show is gonna slap. an enormous amount of tits, massive ones too, like proper, like the ones you tell your mates about, enormous tits.
Those milkers, bro.
Milkers.
Those
man.
milkers, dude. Those
ones that hit the floor, you know.
Full fat.
Oh, yeah, those ones that are fucking...
The Cravendale.
They're pumping out just cream, bro.
The knee swaggers, you know.
Oh, mate, oh, God, yeah.
Gold top.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. Some Jersey milk shit. Yeah, it's going to be nuts, bro. The Last of Us 2 is obviously the big deal here, isn't it? Like, this is the biggest thing. And it's like a known cert that it's going to bang. I think that the thing is, it's just... The thing I can't wait for most about this entire thing is the crazy amount of like reactions for people that don't know. Like, can you just imagine, like, my dad phoning me when I watch it through with Karen? Like, she doesn't know yet. She still hasn't finished Last of Us 1, actually. But we watched the show. She's working through Last of Us 1. I put her on a straight up deadline, and like we have to have done Last of Us 2 before this releases. I said, because you cannot learn what happens in there from the show. And she's like, okay. But like people that don't know, and just like my parents and stuff, I can just imagine my dad phoning me, be like, holy shit. So I can't wait for that stuff.
Yeah, 100%. I've just got to echo those thoughts and not to allude towards what we're talking about too much. But I think the thing that it might affect is something that could possibly be quite popular with people. So I think it's going to hit in a different way, but there's going to be a lot of outrage around it. And I'm kind of excited for that, but not to overshadow The Last of Us in itself is a beautiful TV show. And the way they've done it, the way they've created this world for the screen, they've done us justice, which is what we've screamed and shouted about for 105 episodes now, about how shit video games tends to be when it comes to the screen, and it hasn't got a PlayStation plugged into it, unless of course you're watching a DVD, I don't know, on the PS2. Terrible, right? Terrible. They've done terribly so far. But now we've actually got what we've all been praying for, a good video game TV show. The Last of Us. So yeah, cannot wait for April.
I was going to say, so this Until Dawn then, why is it called Until Dawn? So it's a new story with new characters. Why is it, what are you on about?
I know.
And why is it Until Dawn? I think the only thing, the doctor at the start who's like, what scares you, clowns or spiders? He's in it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's it.
What the fuck?
I know. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, out of all the things you could bring to here, you would have thought, right, let's just bring back Hayden Panettiere, like Rami Malek, all these, right? And let's just do the film, right, of the game, which would be class.
It'd be great.
Be fair. It would be really good. And they're like, nah, let's just use the name for no fucking reason. Just make a generic horror film. Okay, great. So it's just going to be just a teen slasher film that I've got that's just like any other, but it's not called Scream or, you know, like fucking Friday the 13th or any like major one. It's Until Dawn. I can't imagine there being a world where like 10 years from now I'm like, fuck me, Until Dawn 5 was so good. Like, this franchise is so good in the horror space. I can't imagine a world where I'm putting it up there with like the classics or whatever. Like never in a million years.
Film just seems to do this, doesn't it? Now, I was singing Last of Us's praise, but when it comes to adaptations for film, they have writers and producers and everything else, and they want to put their own stamp on it. They don't need to. A lot of the time, they just don't need to. They just need to go copy, paste, paycheck.
Yeah.
Just cash in, guys. Why not? It's already somewhat popular, especially when we're talking about Horizon. The story's great. Just copy, paste, boom, put a fit actress in. Done.
Yeah. Horizon's the one, I think, like for me, outside of Last of Us 2, Horizon's the one that really gets me excited, because I think that normally I'd be saying like I want a TV show, but I think Horizon's TV show would actually be a bit long. I think the story really, if you cut out most of the gameplay from it, and you just have the story being heard, like kind of following and figuring out what happened to this world, it will be so engaging in like a 2.5 hour or 2 hour film. I think would be fantastic, because those story beats that happen, especially when you go towards like, I always remember the skyscraper, when you're going in and learning like what happened to the world and all that stuff, and like showing all that would be so good. So I think that it could really work, and especially as like you just have it so that Aloy's not on her own, so she's going out there with like all her merry band of companions. So you get that kind of character that brings these guys to the front, because they do play second fiddle in the adventure where you just go back to them for quests, right? And then things build, and then you get a big fight at the end. But I think like all the Sun King and all that stuff, just being able to have like him and the imagery. I think it's going to work, and I think it's a really smart idea to be able to do it in that format and have it as a smaller runtime thing. Am I on my own with this one though, Phil?
No, I'm all for it. I'm really excited about that, as long as they've got the correct budget.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't like to see a cheap out version of Horizon. I feel like that needs to be dialed up to 11, because Horizon was absolutely incredible to experience. The world is very unique, and there's a lot in it that I think if you tried to get away with it, if you didn't show, some of the technological kind of aspects of it, if you didn't show all the kind of greenery of the old world, if you didn't show, her humble beginnings, if you just missed out any of that, it would just lose a lot for me. So yes, they need that big budget film there in Horizon, unlike, of course, Helldivers. I hope that's cheap. And I hope that sticks along the same lines as Starship Troopers, because I don't think that was a big budget film.
Yeah, do you know what? I would fucking love to see this. I really would. Like, I'm surprised they're going for a film. And do we know at the moment if it's being live action? Because I imagine as like an animated film, it would fucking bang. I reckon it would be so good, because then you could get the full scale of everything kind of going on and people exploding and it being like really violent and like gritty and be quite funny in animation. Whereas I imagine in live person, it might be quite hard to do. Because I mean, Starship Troopers is really good because it's told through like, there's like news bulletins that are like showing like, and there's all adverts all over the place in there. And it's like really on the nose in terms of its satire. And Helldivers, unless it's go in the same line as Starship Troopers, it'd be quite hard to be able to do like John Helldiver going in and following a kind of story through from his perspective, whereas you need to see just how crazy all Super Earth is and how and all that stuff, and I wonder how they're going to do it, but I'm interested in it at the least.
I think they've just followed our voice comms, so it'll just be a movie of me just shouting at Lewis. Be brilliant.
Him just wiping out whole legions of Helldivers on his own by chucking in eagles at the wrong time.
There's got to be that. Got to be something like that in the film, because that must happen to everybody within Helldivers. 100%. They've got to reference the game so heavily within this movie. And I want it to break all the walls and kind of be like almost Deadpool-y, where they're talking to the screen and kind of doing that kind of shit within this movie. I think Helldivers allows you to be silly, and I want it to be that. I don't want a serious Helldivers film.
I don't know, man. I think it'd be funny if it was like a drama and it was just about the wife of a Helldiver and like the household that he's left behind. I think that'd be class. And every day she's just like worried about him, and she's getting told he's fighting for Super Earth. He's doing the planet proud. She's like, I just wish you'd come home. And by the end, it's like, yeah, he's died to a fucking, not even a bug, it's just an eagle or something. And she's like, fuck's sake. And that's her neighbor or something. And he comes home. Oh, she kills him. Imagine, it could be nuts. They could do so much.
Bloody hell. That seems like a TV drama.
Yeah, that's what I want, mate. A nice Helldivers thing. It's just nothing. There's just maybe like a quick shot of war on the planet, and then back to the woman just crying
while he's writing her a note.
Something like that.
He's like got a bug's leg as like his ink, so he's like writing the blood of like the bug or whatever.
Blood.
Yeah, and he's like sending that back, mailing that off or whatever. And he's like, oh, I can't wait to get home. And he says like a classic line where he's like, only 4 weeks left and I'm out. And then the eagle drops on his head then immediately. No!
I've got a new child back home. Can't wait to go back to my loving wife.
Yeah. Sorry!
Yeah, it's just Lewis's voice. Sorry!
Oh, man. I mean, the final thing on here, obviously, Ghost of Tsushima Legends. Spence, we played a bit of that, the multiplayer mode. And you're a big anime fan. Obviously, with Sony owning Crunchyroll, it makes perfect sense. As we all said that this was going to happen, that there was going to be more and more IP that were going to go across, and it does make sense here. How do you feel about it being the Legends mode? Because for me, I feel this is really exciting. I think you could do a really, really good story from this. Couple of samurai going in, nailing some people up.
I need to see the animation, I think. I've no expectations from it. I'm typically not a fan of video game anime. I haven't seen the Devil May Cry one, haven't seen the Bayonetta anime, haven't seen the any of the Persona animes.
Castlevania?
I've seen like 2 episodes of it.
Oh, wow, it's good.
I know it's really good. I just haven't. The only one I have watched all the way through is the Cyberpunk anime, and it's fucking brilliant. Really, really fucking good. One of the best animes I've ever seen, period. It's amazing. I don't have high hopes for a Ghosts anime. It would have to have insane animation, I think, and great fight scenes. But maybe it will. But as it goes, I'll probably just avoid it. I need to see a trailer for it first.
I think it's the big thing about this conversation, though, isn't it? Is that it's nice to know these things, but we all know. I mean, I swear we've been reporting on the God of War Amazon show since like the dawn of time itself. So it's very much a case of we'll wait and see for these, and there's high likelihood that these projects won't move much further on than this. Apart from Until Dawn, which must be pretty much done if it's coming out in 3 months, and I've seen fuck from that. So that so that spells a lot of success in its future. God, I hope I walk that back. I hope it's immense. But we'll wait and see on these. And audience, it'd be good to know what you feel about any of these. Is there any on here that really got you invested and you feel could work? Let us know. Write into the email pswetrust@gmail.com or hit us up on the socials. And so, with that, it brings quick news to a close, and we do what we always do. We're going to go round in a circle, and we're going to vote for the best. Now, whoever wins quick news gets diddly fuck. Absolutely nothing. All you get is the joy in your heart to know that you did a good job. Then we will go around and pick the worst impression of the night, and whoever gets the worst gets a shot in the dock for episode 110. So a lot to play for today, as there always is. Now, Phil, I'm going to come across to you first. I'm starting with you quite a lot today for some reason. Give me your best.
So I think the best of tonight, of course, we had Davey with the horse and the snake. Spencer, you did a hawk and a fox, and I tried to do an elephant and a dolphin. Now, I think the one that made me smile the most was the snake, but of course the snake was talking. Now, we were looking for accurate representations of these animals, and I don't think a snake talks. I've never seen that, but I quite like you went down the biblical route, because anything we do on the biblical side of things tends to draw a lot of eyes to the podcast. I remember when you did the Lord's Prayer, and we had quite a lot of comments, and I absolutely loved reading every single one of them. So God bless you, Davey, for bringing that into the podcast, and I'm definitely going to clip that. My favourite of tonight was the horse. I felt like that was the closest to what I know a horse sounds like. So congratulations. I'm voting you as my favourite of tonight with the horse.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll gladly take your thanks. Spence, what about yourself?
I'm going for the other one, but still you're the winner, mate. I'm going for the biblical devil snake. I think it came with a story. It was nice. You got to talk to a bird, a fit one as well, you know?
Yeah,
lovely. A bit of imagine that, eyes closed. I was like, oh, Eve, I bet she's naked looking bad. And that devil's trying to get her to eat his apple. I was like, oh, what a tale.
And it was a slippery snake.
Slippery snake.
So,
he walked over. I mean, he slid over. And then, I like the snake, mate. I liked him.
Oh, well, thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Hopefully you were as kind to me on the second run, on the one that actually matters, but thank you very much. I think for my favourite, I know it doesn't matter too much, but my favourite is Spencer's fox. I didn't know if you'd remember what a fox actually sounds like, and it sounds like, if you ever hear them, it sounds like a woman screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
very
weird. Yeah, it's a very weird noise from a fox. And they make like other noises too. Like I've seen videos of people where they've like kind of not made them a pet, but they've like kind of
domesticated
become
them
friendly with them. Yeah, like they put like a bed outside for them and stuff, and they sleep and they like go like make some weird noises like that. But most times it's like that, some fucking weird noise. And you're like, shit, my bin. Oh no, he's gonna be in there. I put chicken out in that. They'll be in that bin. So yeah, really well done, Spence. I didn't think your memory would last that long. So really well done.
Cheers, mate.
But we're on to the losers. And again, we'll go back in the same rotation. So Phil, over to you first. Who are you dunking on today?
Well, it's not much of a choice here, is it, Spence? Because I've seen a hawk and I've heard a hawk, and what your impression wasn't a hawk.
Never seen a hawk,
Now, I think it was a... I think you're confusing a hawk with like a dove or like a pigeon. Yeah. Like a hawk is much more fearsome and, like a much bigger bird. But what you did was maybe a baby hawk. Maybe it would have passed for that. But the accurate representation really wasn't there for me when it came to the hawk. So unfortunately, Spence, I'm going to have to vote you the weakest link on this one.
That's okay, mate. That's completely fine.
What about yourself then, Spence? Where are you going with this?
Me, I have reasoning in why it's the worst as well. And I'm sorry, Phil. Bouncing back to you. The elephant, bro. What happened? I thought you were cert to give us a good elephant because of your phenomenal Strimmer impression you did ages ago.
They sound exactly the same, don't they?
Well, you do the same motion with your mouth kind of thing, and you do the tusk noise. I think that's the way most people do an elephant impression, but you went for something else.
Yeah, can't say I've ever done an elephant impression before, and maybe people can look through the archives and maybe I have, but it didn't come to mind at the time. But if one of you boys want to teach me on the show or later how to do an elephant noise, I would very much appreciate that for future challenges, because I don't know how to make that noise.
Go on, Davey.
Well, okay, I'll give it a go.
Oh, no, not good either, mate.
No. I think mine was better.
That's good.
Oh,
that's good.
There we go.
That's
There
really
we
good.
go.
Yeah, that's really good.
Much better.
That's
much
really
better.
good. Yeah, Phil took a long time to get to his elephant, but at least it did sound like an elephant's trunk. But it was one that had like a cold. I thought
The portly elephant.
Dying.
He was,
elephant,
yeah, he was.
wasn't
He
it?
was
You know,
really
end of
on.
life kind of situation.
Yeah, he was on the life support, man. He's like getting
They'd already
left
chopped
behind.
his trunks
off. How many has he got?
The tusks, yeah.
They've already chopped his trunks off.
The trunk, said it again.
Says it again.
Doubles down.
I don't think he's seen an elephant, mate. He's only seen those like oliphants or whatever from Lord of the Rings, where it's got like 2 trunks and like 4 tusks.
Oh yeah, they have, haven't they?
See,
it's weird.
Yeah, little
their
Lord of the
tusks
Rings
off. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. God, elephants just draw a blank in my mind.
Yeah, he's like, what? What are they?
I need to go to the zoo.
They're how big? You're telling me they just got this really long fucking nose? Like, what? No chance, mate. You're having me on.
And huge ears.
No way. And lives in Africa? No fucking way, mate. No chance. I gotta agree though, unfortunately, with Phil. I think the hawk was like a pigeon. I remember thinking it was like, I don't know if I can't remember the noise you did exactly. I think I blocked out my mind, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was, like it was bad.
It was more like a car, but it didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't roll the tongue like a pigeon would. I don't know how they even do that.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there. I was expecting definitely more of a hawk. Well, any kind of bird of prey rather than a street pigeon. Yeah. So unfortunately, that is the loser tonight, Spence.
That's all right. Take it, boys.
And there we go. 1 extra for the doc for young Master Spencer there. But we are going to move it on from the quick news to Rumour Has It.
Kick it. Wake up with a rumor and you don't want to go. You ask if it's confirmed and they still say no.
That is right, listeners. Rumour Has It has returned once again. Always coming back at the weirdest moments, I find. You can never predict when a rumour has it's gonna show its beautiful face. I'm gonna say rear its ugly head, but Rumour Has It's quite a nice topic, I think. Rumour Has It. I quite like when we do Rumour Has It. So our rumour for this evening, lads. We apparently have a few games coming over to our platform of choice. And I think what I'll do is go through these games one at a time. And you tell me how you feel about it coming to the service. These games might be coming from our competitor. Ooh. So the first game we apparently have coming over, Gears of War. The first game in the series, Gears of War 1 Ultimate Edition, is supposedly going to be hitting the PS5. Now, I don't know, because we're all PlayStation boys, I don't know if you guys have played Gears of War. So, who wants to take it first? Have either of you actually played it before?
Yeah. Me and my ex-wife played it through.
Oh.
It was really good. Loved it.
Are you excited to see it return?
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
What a podcast this would be. Yep,
Sorry,
I played it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, played it. Yeah,
man.
great.
Yeah,
good.
it's all right.
Good.
Oh man. Sorry, my bad. I thought you were just trying to get the groundwork here. Sure, I'll dive in. Yeah, Gears of War 1, I played it probably about 12 odd years ago now, maybe a bit less than that, maybe about 11 years or something. And I really enjoyed it. Obviously, it was a game on its time, on its release, was really influential, and it kind of kicked off the kind of over the shoulder kind of cover based shooters that became all the rage of like the PS3, Xbox 360 generation. And for good fucking reason, man. The gameplay slapped tits. It was fucking great. It's proper like bro-y and just really fucking cool. Obviously, they're wearing like huge suits of armor. They're big muscle dudes, and they got a gun which got a chainsaw at the bottom. I mean, what is there not to love? It's fucking great. So seeing this come over would be a big get, especially, and I think it would be smart for Xbox to be able to do it because they've got a new Gears of War in the pipe. So it makes sense to be able to stoke up. Like we were always saying about how good it is when Sony release like. You got Ragnarok coming up, so 2018 God of War comes onto PC. It's a good way to be able to show like what's there on the other side right? And to get them kind of interested. To me, it makes perfect sense to bring this over and for it to come in 2025 while they're hyping up the marketing push on the new Gears of War. I think it's just a fantastic strategy. The big thing would be on how quickly they shit the bed in bringing over the newer Gears of War across to PS5, but we'll have to kind of wait for that. I mean, this does I believe this one. I really do. And these rumors, I'll just say straight away, originally stem from Nate the Hate on his podcast, but Windows Central have corroborated a number of these with their sources. So there's definitely fire here. It's not just smoke. So there is stuff here, and I think this one is one that I will be over the moon with, and that'd be a day one purchase for me, for sure.
Nice, mate, nice. Some good information there as well. Phil, mate, so you shook your head when I asked if you boys had played, and you're the only one of us to have owned an Xbox One as well, which is a bit of a surprise. So how come you've never played these games, and now that it might be coming to PlayStation, are you finally going to dip in?
Oh, good question, Spence. Well, my relationship with Gears of War is somewhat distance, if you like. I've heard and seen a lot about it, but myself sitting down behind a controller, I've never actually found myself in that situation. But I was just doing a quick look around the internet when it comes to Gears of War Ultimate Edition, and this is a 2015 game, okay? So this is the Ultimate Edition based on the original from 2006. Now, I'm not sure how well this game would have aged because this is the original Gears of War. And now bringing it to a modern console, there might be a little bit of work they need to do to bring it up to those sort of standards. Now, I'm a big fan of older styles of gaming. That's why I suppose the Warhammer game recently, Space Marine 2, resonated so heavily with me, because that was a game of its time, but it's a modern version of it, isn't it? There's a lot of going around and just blindly hacking and slashing and just being a Space Marine. And that's what I can imagine the Gears of War to be like when we get it finally over on the PS5. But looking at the Metacritic score, it scored quite highly. So I'm probably going to spend some time in this. It scored an 82%. The story's probably going to be quite gripping. And I've got to agree with Davey, echo those thoughts, with that push for the new Gears, because we've said it, and we've said it so many times on our podcast, that what Xbox should do is drip feed us a little of the older games when they're doing a big push for a newer game that they're bringing out, and try and get us to buy an Xbox. But again, I've got to agree with Davey took that conversation, and it's not going to be long before they actually just give us the final version or the new version of Gears of War, because there's money to be made. And I think Gears of War is going to be accepted over on the PlayStation side. I think it's going to be one of those games that a lot of people talk about once we start to get those games. Now, I know the first three, as much as they were great on the Xbox, I don't feel like on the PlayStation they really were that big. I'm talking about Hi-Fi Rush. I'm talking about Sea of Thieves. Of course, there's areas of the internet which would have really, spent a lot of time within those games. But as a whole, I don't think that really changed the landscape of gaming outside, hey, we've got some Xbox games now on PlayStation. It opens the floodgates. Hence the title of the podcast show when we introduced that, which was The Floodgates Are Open. And now we're finally starting to see some of those games come through. And I'm pretty pleased that I will have the opportunity in the future to play Gears of War and start it from the beginning. I'm really liking that I get the first version or the ultimate edition of the first version rather than jumping in on a 3 or a 4 later edition, which may or may not be more popular than the original.
There you are. A lot. You boys got so much little bits of information, mind. You boys coming up with all the stuff. I'm going to keep mine short and fucking sweet, boys. I think it's a great marketing push for the new game. I think it's smart to bring them over. We know it's the common trend now. They're going to be bringing over a lot. I do not give a shit about Gears of War. That's all it is. I played it when I was a kid, and as a kid, I didn't like it. So I won't like it if it comes back, I'd imagine. I'd need to see the platinum. If it's got a nice platinum, maybe I'll play it. Otherwise, I'm good.
We can play it co-op together, man. Doesn't that do it for you? I would have thought, you were talking about just playing Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League for a co-op game. This is a fucking co-op game. A great one. If not, me and Mr. Hoy will be going in, just like we've been doing for Space Marine 2. I mean, I'm cool with that. If you want to pass on this, I've got options here. But I'm surprised that you're coming in with that kind of mindset on it. I thought this would be right up your street.
And I've been waiting for this moment. I've been prepped. I'm the super sub, sat on the bench, warming up. I've been in the back, doing the little runs, doing the stretches, getting ready. Got my PlayStation fingers ready, Davey. Come on, sub. Come on, coach. Get me in. Get me in. And now it's my time. It's Gears of War time. Sorry, Spence, you're out of there. You're getting sold to bloody South America. You're off, mate.
Well,
or Saudi, actually. You're off to Saudi for the money, aren't you?
They're not subbing you in. I'm giving you the spot, or we ain't the same.
I don't care, mate. I'm in. If I'm playing, I'm in.
That's fine. You can enjoy it, boys. It's just not for me. Maybe if it looks good, I don't think it really will for me. It's just, I don't know. I just don't care about it. It's not one of my franchises, I suppose. You boys would have to give a fucking glowing review, which I'm sure you probably will, if this does come to fruition, which, like you said, it probably will. But it's just not one of my games.
Wow. Joseph Thomas turning in his grave.
Oh, he's going to cry when he
multiplayer he played on that game is fucking obnoxious.
Yeah.
He'll be turning in his grave hearing those words. I hope you're ready for that conversation next time you go over.
It is what it is. It's fine. But Gears of War isn't the only game rumored to be coming over from the green side of life. The other 2 games, or the next 2 games we have coming, Hellblade 2 and Age of Mythology are supposed to become the PS5 this year. 2 very different games. Now, I don't think... Phil, you strike me as an Age of Mythology guy. I feel like you might have played it on its, initial release.
Maybe on PC, but never on a console. And that would be my first comment with this style of game. I don't know how it translates. And I've never really spent a lot of time in that sort of area, especially, as I said, when it comes to consoles. So it might be a bit of a miss for me. I don't know how successful something like that possibly could be over on PlayStation. And when you talk about Hellblade 2, now that game gets a lot of publicity at the moment purely because of its nominations. It keeps coming up time and time again for how great a game it was. So maybe there's the opportunity to play that in the future. That would be the one out of the 2 that that I'd probably gravitate towards if we've got nothing going on. But hell, let's be real. We're over on the PlayStation side. I've got too much to play. So probably I'll miss both of them. But if I had to pick one, it would have been the Hellblade 2.
I mean, the thing about it is, Phil was there at the dawning of these myths. He lived them, right? Like this isn't something he needs to play in the game. He just looks back in his memory and he's remember bowing down to Zeus.
Yeah, and you were a consultant for that game, right?
I am Zeus, mate.
But no, I gotta follow Phil on this one. I think Age of Mythology, no thanks. I passed all that back in the day on my when I was like 11 or 12 on a PC playing like Age of Empires and shit. I don't need to rekindle that fire. That is gone out, and I do not want the embers to be stoked. Hellblade 2, I haven't played the first one, and I've heard the first one is really good. I have had it for free for a long time on PSN. I think it got given to us a long time ago. I'm not interested. And I know it's probably one of those ones I'd really enjoy, but there's other games that I want to play way before this. And Hellblade 2, as beautiful as it looked, I heard even from Xbox's own Potato Chief that it's just an alright game, but it's really pretty. I got better things to do, even if it is like a 6-hour game. But who knows? It could be one of those ones that I go back and play the original Hellblade at some point and think, "Fuck me, I gotta play this." But right now, couldn't give less of a fuck for either of these games.
Damning review coming out. To be fair, Age of Mythology, couldn't agree more. Do not give a rat's in ass about Age of Mythology. That's come and gone. It's never been my genre, and it never will be. Can't be asked. Hellblade, I've wanted to play Hellblade 1 for years and just never have. Never done it. But this would be the thing that gets me to play the first one. And then depending on how that goes, I would play the second. I've always been interested in Hellblade, and I've just never actually taken the time to experience it. But I've always wanted to. So this is the thing that would make me do it. So if this does happen, it comes to PS5, I'll definitely play Hellblade 1. Maybe play Hellblade 2. But I think that's great news, because I think they are supposed to be, or the first one's supposed to be quite good. Second one, is what it is.
Yeah. Very technically impressive, isn't it? But outside of that, it doesn't really do anything special from what I've heard. But, you know, it's not about what you hear, it's about what you see and experience yourself, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
And that's why people listen to the podcast.
exactly. Yeah.
Go out and play games, guys.
Yeah, don't listen to us. Don't listen to us. You never
No.
do. You
Please
never
listen to us.
And sub. Make sure you
Yeah,
sub.
leave
We
a
need to
5
say
star
that
as
more,
well.
shouldn't we?
Go on.
Surely that was our New Year's resolution, actually, to say that more, and we just don't at all. We'll
No.
say it at the end, and most people don't get to the end.
Yeah. Gotta start opening the show with it, don't we? But then no one would hear
Probably.
anything. No one would hear what we're playing.
Yeah. They'd be rushing out to sub, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
problem. Yeah,
And then they
rushing
forget
out.
to come back. It's the way it goes. They gotta wait
Yeah.
till next episode then.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, well. But moving on from there, we have the biggest bit of news in this rumor, I believe. And I think, Davey, you'd agree with me. Phil, you probably agree with me as well. The next game coming over is actually a collection of games. Halo the Master Chief Collection is rumored to be coming to PS5 this year. Now, once again, with Gears, I don't know how much experience you boys have with Halo. But I've been coming, what I do, I went to Davey first and I went to Phil. So Davey, is back to you. How do you feel about this bit of news?
Dude, this is the one. This is the fucking one. Now, there's a 2-for-1er in here, in that there's also rumored alongside this is Flight Sim coming over.
Fuck off.
Right, like, who gives a fuck about Flight Sim? Like, no one, right? Fuck that. This, though, in the Master Chief Collection, would be big. Would be really fucking big. I love Halo 1, 2, and 3. Like, really fucking love them. I never had an Xbox, but all my mates did. And so I was like, until I met Phil, I don't think I knew anyone else who had a PS3. I think it was just me. And sitting there, I'm playing my Uncharted. And then like, oh, we're playing Halo. It's like, oh, I really like that Halo game. And go around and have like LAN parties around people's houses, everyone playing Halo. And going back to the original Xbox, played to death, you know, Halo and Halo 2. And just fucking adored adored them, like doing the co-op, the split screen co-op campaigns, and kind of the multiplayer is just fucking sick as well, like so good. I would be over the moon. This would push whatever. In the only other thing, and we'll come on to our games that we're most looking forward to. It would take something gargantuan for me not to play this day one on its launch. Like, it would take something like fucking insane, because this would be it, and that would be it. Like, by COD, fuck you. Like, I don't need you for ages. I wouldn't need anything for a long time, because Halo slaps big old milky titties, and I love it all. So give me this shit. This is the only thing, the thing above all, that would signal the end of fucking Xbox, man. If this comes over, like, why even bother investing in that ecosystem? This is a big fucking deal if this comes over.
Tell you what, mate, couldn't agree more. Phil, mate, what's your history of Halo, and are you excited for this?
Oh, this was the one, actually, that I was the most excited for. Very much the same as yourself, Davey. Now, you asked earlier, and you referenced me buying an Xbox One, and you are correct. I did buy one back in the day where I worked for the Gadget Show, and I actually got to go to the launch of the Xbox One down in London, and there was a number of free games that we got, Killer Instinct, etc., etc. I think there was some sort of Roman game. I can't even remember the name. It really didn't hit at the time. I mainly had it for Killer Instinct, but November 11th, around my birthday, back in 2014, this game came to the Xbox One, and I remember being super duper excited about it because I was going to get to play Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, and Halo 4, because it's a collection of all the best Halos, or basically the main line series of Halo. And I remember getting it and being super excited to jump in. Do you know how many hours I actually played in this? Not a lot, because most of my friends were on PC at that time, and I had Davey, who was over on PlayStation. So I had no one on the Xbox, so I ended up not really playing it. It sits on my shelf with maybe 1 or 2 hours actually playing, I think, some of the story that was in one of the Halos, but I really didn't invest a lot of time within this. But it coming to PlayStation, I think this could be the revival that Halo needs, because I really don't think it's ever really held a lot of space compared to when it used to. Like, everyone used to know Halo, used to love Halo, used to dress up as Halo, used to sweat Halo. In recent years, yeah, we get a little bit from Potato Chief every now and again when he talks about the newest version of Halo that he plays, but ultimately it doesn't have the same balls that it used to. Now, this coming over to PlayStation, I think a lot of people are going to have that nostalgic kind of element to them buying this, and them going, oh, I used to love Halo 2 back in the day, you know. I used to love Halo 1, etc., etc. And I think a lot of PlayStation heads are going to spend some serious time when this game comes over, and this could be the point where Halo actually just then explodes and then becomes a big title over on PlayStation.
Damn. Fair. I mean, I agree with you in the sense that it'd be big. It'd be enormous, and it could revive Halo. It needs reviving. I would say Halo is the only franchise to ever actually rival Call of Duty. I think nothing else has come anywhere near as close as Halo has. But then Halo just fell short in its sequels after Reach, I suppose. Maybe after Reach it stopped keeping up with Call of Duty. And then Call of Duty just fucking surpassed it like crazy. But it coming to PlayStation would definitely be a great revival. A lot of people who never had the opportunity to play it would be able to finally play it. A lot of fans who switched post PS4, PS3, who switched 360 or Xbox One to PlayStation would finally get to go back to their games. I think it'd be brilliant. Not for me, I'm going to say. I loved Halo as a kid. I loved 3. I loved Reach. I loved ODST. I don't need to go back to it. It's floaty. It's not that fast paced. It's just not my FPS game anymore, I think. So I think it'd be great to come over. It's not one I'd be too fussed on. I'd probably play it with you boys. But other than that, I'd never play it on my own. Maybe play the stories once or something. That's how I feel about it. But I'd be very happy to see it coming over, and I would hope that it does well for Xbox. Because if it comes over and it doesn't do well, fuck me. That would be the nail in Xbox's coffin. And it coming over at all is kind of putting the nail ready to strike. So it's good news and saddening news, I think, or at least a saddening rumor.
They are banking on quite a lot because these group of games, they sort of span between 2001 and 2012, so Wikipedia tells me. Now, bringing older games back, and of course they've had a little bit of a bump with some graphical enhancements, but it's still a 2014 game, so it's still a 10-year-old game that they're banking quite a lot on, making quite a big bang. Now, in the tea leaves, I can see that happening, but Spence, you're saying you can't see it having so much of a big impact as myself.
I think it can. I don't think it will. I think you'll get a lot of initial sales, but I don't think people will play it for long because gaming isn't the same as it was back when these games were initially released. Now we've got AAA experiences coming out the fucking arse. Everything is on the same level back in the day, these games were the high level games. Now everything's getting released to that level, more or less, at the AAA standard. So I think I can't see it holding its legs over on PlayStation, but I think it would do well initially.
Well, time will tell, my friend. We'll have to wait and see. But I suppose the big thing to end this on is these rumors. Obviously, I've already said my piece on this. I think this is true. I think the majority of these, I'm not going to go on a whim and say all of them, but for me, I think the majority of these are true to be coming this year. The one that's looking online has got a bit of uncertainty is Gears, but that's the one that makes the most sense to me to bring over out of all of these. But how are we feeling about these? Obviously, I think this is true that all these come in this year.
Well, I'm going to run down the list. So Gears of War, I'd like to think that's a truth, and I would very much play that if that came over. Hellblade, I think, probably holds the most truth because that's a bit of a big game that they want to show off with. Age of Mythology, now, I can't really see that translating that well to the PlayStation market. Now, I remember playing, was it a Command & Conquer back on the PlayStation 1, and that was enough for me. With this style of gaming on console, I just never went back on any previous PlayStations or any console. I never went back to that era of gaming. And Age of Mythology for me is again going to be a complete myth. So I don't think that'll be popular. And if they bring it over, I think a little bit of a mistake. The same with Flight Sim. I think Microsoft feel that it's such a popular IP purely because of the PC players. Now, I don't know how many people are playing it on Xbox, but maybe they are. Maybe I'm misinformed with this. Maybe it's a super incredible game that a lot of people love and, sweat on. And there's lots of people over on the PlayStation side that really want this, but I am definitely not one of those. So that would be a miss for me. So hopefully that's not going to happen, but I could see that happening. And the Halo one, 100%, I can see that happening. It makes complete sense to bring the Master Chief Collection because that's wham bam, thank you ma'am. You got a bunch of games all in one there, and it'll let people experience Halo. And then we can start to see maybe that revival if it's popular to a certain level, which we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more, mate. I think looking at this list of games, I don't think it mattered what games were even there. I think it's true because we got indie come in, we've got whatever else Xbox are bringing over. And it's kind of their last hurrah, I think. They just have to bring games over because they're failing on their side. I think all of these are 100% coming. Though I agree with you, though, Phil. The one that doesn't make sense is Age of Mythology. But it's zero effort and easy money. There's no reason for them not to do it. As much as I think it's a mistake as well bringing it over, I don't think it'd do too well. Why not? If you're bringing everything else, fuck it, just chuck it in the package deal, The Xbox collection. Fuck knows what they're going to call it.
But I find it mad that they're already struggling for games to bring over. Surely they've got games, right? The Gears, Halo, and then they're like, fuck, give them Flight Sim, Age of Mythology? Yeah, give them that. I've got nothing more. Surely there's other games which we want, right?
Yeah, the one I want is Fable.
What's that fighter, man?
Oh, Killer Instinct.
Killer Instinct.
Oh, and Killer Instinct would
I mentioned it earlier.
slap.
Yeah, that's the one.
We've asked for that before in the past. But I completely agree with though, boys. I think, it's all coming. So we are unanimous. All three of us believe this rumor to be true in at least the majority of what has been said. So Xbox, come on over, boys. But with that out the way, I think it's time. Let's move it over to the topic.
Stop! Topic time! And here we are with the topic, and today's topic is an absolute juicer. We are going to be looking ahead at the year of 2025 and seeing our top 3 most anticipated games for the year. Now, the way we're going to do this is we're going to go around in a circle. So we're going to start with Spencer, then go to Phil, then come to myself. We're going to go through our game. If we don't have any backups and that is it, you've only got 3 games, then we'll just talk about whatever game is there for you at that time as well. And tick them off. For myself, I will not have the same as you guys because I've got like 13 games here. So I'm just hoping that you guys bring a load of them up so that it makes my life a little bit easier. But apologies in advance for if I use some of yours. Now, we did go out to the audience as well and ask for your list. So sporadically as we go through, what I'm thinking is after we go through a rotation, we'll go through a listener's list. And then we'll kind of go through that way. So we can try and tick off at least 3 of them. But I'll try and get as many as I can in. And all we'll do for the listener list is we'll give them a rating on if their list slaps or stinks. All right?
Yeah, I'm up for that. Slaps or stinks.
Slaps or stinks. And we can rate their list then from there. Sound fair to you guys?
I'm all aboard.
The first, episode 105, the first introduction of slap or stink. This could be a new thing. We'll see how it goes. But let's kick it off then, Spence. Give me your number 3, your 3rd most anticipated game.
Oh, my number 3. I didn't know we were doing this in order. Let me think. I think my number 3 is the one I don't think you boys are going to be happy with me saying. Because it's not been announced. We don't know if it's coming this year.
That's
We Were
fine.
Here game. Because we
Okay.
saw screenshots of it last year and there was a Steam page for it. And I think it will come this year.
Okay. I think that's fair because the majority of my list doesn't have dates. I've
Okay.
got a couple with dates, but the vast majority don't. So I think that's fair. And, you know, it could be even if it's got a date, doesn't mean necessarily it's coming out in 2025, right? Like there's been loads of games we were looking forward to last year, which have been pushed. And I got one of those that's in my list now. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? But no, I'll allow it for sure. Any thoughts on that, Phil?
Yeah, I'm happy. Purely because one of the ones on my list is quite speculative at best that it comes out this year. I'm just
Yes.
hoping and praying that potentially it does. But yeah, more than happy with that one, Spence. Do you want to tell us a little bit of what you expect from this game in 2025 then?
What I expect. The issue is, because there's 2 things it could be. It could be a full-fledged game, such as We Were Here 2, We Were Here Together or Forever. Or it could be an extra addition to We Were Here Expeditions, the Friendship. It could be a new expedition. I would like to see a full-fledged game. A brand new Forever. But I wouldn't say no to a new Expeditions. It's just I'd like more than that. And it's been a while since we had the Expeditions. And when they released it, they said they planned to do multiple of them. Just short form versions of their games. Why haven't we seen it yet? I want a full version of it. I want them to have scrapped the Expeditions and give me a brand new full We Were Here game of the same level of Expeditions because it was brilliant. It's the best one, I think. I want that. Or maybe Forever's the best one. I don't know. But yeah, just a new one, a new full-fledged one. Same 2 characters, walkie-talkies. One does one thing, one does the other. You just explore with your mate, and you get the rock paper scissors on your way. I love it. That's what I want.
Was that an episodical kind of version of the game? Is that right, Spence? Is that what you're saying?
It was kind of supposed to be. It was supposed to be. So they were all going to be called Expeditions, but then all be to different places. So the first one's the Friendship. You go to a theme park and you build a boat called the Friendship. And you just go through. You do challenges. You do puzzles. But the better you do in the puzzle, the better the addition to your ship. So first you get a candelabra behind you. You get like lanterns and stuff. And if you get gold on the challenge, you get a really nice gold one with 3 engineers working on it. If you get bronze, you get a really shitty one made of wood that only one bloke's worked on, and he's fucking been on break half the time. So it's naff. And that's the way it goes. You want to do the best in all of them. I want more of that. That's what I want.
The only reason I say about episodical, I always see that as a bit of a red flag ever since Half-Life 2 let me down, because we're still waiting on episode 3. Obviously, that's been cancelled. We're never going to get an episode 3 of Half-Life 2. So red flag straight away if you said that buzzword of episodical, but it very much sounds like it's its own contained thing. Now, these games I've never dip my toe into because it's a multiplayer game. Am I correct with that one? I don't think you can play it single player, or you wouldn't want to play it single player, would you?
You have to play it with a friend, and you have to play not local.
Yeah.
If you are local, you can't be on the same screen. You can't be seeing each other's screens. You have to be either separate rooms or kind of back to back or front to front, I guess.
And I don't have friends outside you two, and you play together, so it's a game I'll never experience, but I'm happy for you, bro, if it comes out.
Hell yeah, man. I can't wait for this. The moment this gets announced, you've really just put me in tune with this franchise, and I am so looking forward to the next version, because every single time that I experience these games with you, I love them. I absolutely love every single one. So hell yeah, man. Hopefully this is the year for the next one. And as you said, the tea leaves are reading right. So why not?
Give it to me. Give it to us.
You. All right then, Phil, what about yourself? What's your number 3?
Okie doke. My number 3 is a little game called Judas. So Judas is an upcoming first-person shooter game developed and published by Ghost Story Games. It's a Ken Levine game, and people know him from the BioShock series of games. His last one was back in 2014 with BioShock Infinite, okay? And we've only got a sparing amount of information, but I'll go through what I've got from the internet here. So the player controls the mysterious and troubled Judas aboard a space-faring city known as the Mayflower as she sparks a devastating revolution. Judas is expected to launch before March 2025, so we have somewhat of a date, okay? And it offers unique unique rogue-like elements in the gameplay. The game aims to set itself apart from BioShock with its narrative, and get this, Lego system, and non-linear adventure. Fans can expect an update on Judas very soon, and perhaps a trailer very, very soon. Now, I know we've seen a little bit of Judas, but we haven't really seen enough to really get the juices flowing outside the mention of Ken Levine and a new IP. And that's got me in one because I was a huge BioShock fan. So that will be number 3 on my list. And hopefully it won't be too long before we're able to play that, before March 2025.
Dude, great choice. Absolutely fantastic choice. It was on my list of games, which has now been ticked off. Yeah, this is mega exciting. We've been waiting to see what Ken Levine's been up to for a long time. We finally saw quite a good bit on that last trailer. I don't want to see any more. I just want to have the game in my hands now. I really don't want to see any more. I don't want to see a goddamn thing if I can help it, and just experience the game, because he cooks, man. Ken Levine cooks. Every time a man's in the kitchen, he's coming out with something. You're just going to be a culinary delight. And I am well looking forward to putting this down my gullet and tasting that fire in the belly. I can't wait for it, man.
He's the king of plot twists, isn't he? Now, I don't feel like a new trailer would give away anything, because I don't think that first trailer really gave us too much. So I would welcome a new trailer, and I'd be very excited to see a little taster more before we actually get into the full game, because what we saw within that first trailer didn't really give me too much insight into what this game is going to be like. But ultimately, I'm excited with what I've read on the internet. Now, Spence, I want to come back to you on this one. Does Judas sort of tickle it for you?
Oh, mate, yeah, massively. When they first showed that trailer in 2022, I thought, fuck, this looks great. I thought, sick, don't need to see more. But I needed to hear more, because we haven't heard anything about it since. Literally not a thing, really, with Judas, have we? Not since they showed that trailer.
Yeah, it was a big trailer last year. Big trailer last year at the Summer Game Fest. Huge one.
Was there?
Yeah.
Oh, I've missed it then. I was going to say, well, what, Summer Games Fest last year, though?
Yeah. I'm just looking it up now just to make sure. I'm sure it was. It was around that time of year, 100%.
From what I'm seeing, the last trailer we had was at the Game Awards 2022, and that's the last time we've seen.
Let me consort my good old friend, Mr. Google. I don't have a fucking clue. Nothing else to do, so that's all. Ask Google.
State of Play.
Ah, it was
that
the
a state of play?
2024. Yeah.
There it is. There it is. I knew we had one last year.
Did I not watch the state of play? It's a state of play.
You definitely did, mate. You've probably just had too many nights on the bevs, my friend. That's what it is. But there was a big story trailer for it, and a gameplay trailer as well. All last year.
Well, that's fucked everything I was gonna say. So I was gonna say, do we expect it to even come out in March? Because we have not heard anything, but we have heard stuff. I'm just deaf. We might have it in March. Brilliant. Oh yeah, blindsided me. I'm super excited now. Yeah, great. Fuck.
Class. Well, this show is all about education, my friends, and sometimes we gotta, if we call it between ourselves, we gotta see it and say it as it is. But there you go. That gives you something to do after the show, mate. You can go and watch some Judas trailers now.
I won't. I'll wait till it comes out. I'm good. I know it's alive. I thought it was like dead in the water. I thought we hadn't heard about it in years. Yeah, sound great. Great choice, Phil.
Thanks, mate.
Well, coming in for my number 3, I got quite a lot of choices here, but I'm really concerned that you guys might pick them. So I'm going to go for some kind of left field choices. Now, even though it's my number 3, it's not really my number 3 because I know this thing's going to come up that you guys are going to bring up. And if you don't, I'm sure that I'll bring them up when we get to our Stinky or Slaps lists later. So for my number 3, I'm going to come in with Lost Records Bloom Rage coming out in February. This is Don't Nod's game. So after the last Life is Strange double exposure that I just played, and it kind of left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth, this was the one that I was most anticipated for anyway. And fortunately, it got delayed up until February. I can't wait, man. Don't Nod, don't miss. They cook, man. They cook every single time. And to get another kind of narrative adventure game from them, very similar kind of looking world to Life is Strange, I'm in. And sure, it's called Tape 1, so you know it's not going to be the full kind of thing, and there's going to be multiple kind of versions of this. I don't care. I really want to support what this is, and I want to check it out, and I want to be there day one. So it comes out February 18th, which is 2 days after my birthday. So hopefully I'm doing sweet fuck all, and I can just sit there and play that for like 5 or 6 hours and just have a great little experience. And that's what I'm hoping for. Now, Spence, you like Don't Nod's previous work with Life is Strange. Are you interested in Bloom Rage?
Mate, I'm super excited for it. I am really keen for it as well. And it being 2025, it getting pushed as much as it did, is great. But like you said, it being an episode game where it's Tape 1, and we know there's going to be more, that concerns me with it only being a fraction of the game, yet it's had the issues in development that it's had. That concerns me. But if it comes out in February, I'm excited for it. I'll definitely be picking it up. I love Don't Nod. It'd be sound. I'm super keen for it. I think it's going to be great.
Fantastic. Now, Phil, this is a brand new chance for you to jump in on a fresh IP. Is there anything here? Obviously, you did just recently play through Telltale's game through last year. Was it last year that you played that through? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, right at the beginning of the year.
Are you thinking of going back in and having a similar kind of narrative-based experience with Bloom Rage?
I'm not. I think February 18th might be a league day, unfortunately. It's not really hitting for me as much as it is for you guys, because this game features 4 former friends who don't really interest me too much. Nora, Autumn, Kat, and Swan, double N, who reunite after 27 years. Wow. Really drags you in, doesn't it? But the game does look interesting. It does look beautiful. And I think probably I'm going to leave it to you guys. And if it gets the 10 out of 10s, which you're all subscribed to over here, then I might spend some time in it later. But no, February 18th is in my diary. That's a league day. Sorry, guys.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Well, let's go to our first Stinky or Slaps list. So we are coming to the hot boy himself, J-Rod, has written into the show. And of course, J-Rod was a guest on the podcast very recently. So thank you very much for writing in, J-Rod. And we are going to be having you back soon to hear all about the progress on Speed Llama and the upcoming projects that are being worked on with Fresh Brewed Games. But let's first off see how your list stacks, shall we? So he's coming up. Triple A's, Expedition 33, which is Game of the Year easily. Then you got Doom Dark Ages and Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Then Indies, he's got No Rest for the Wicked, The Kronos Event, and Hot Rod Mayhem. What we saying, lads? What we saying, Stinky or slaps? Over to you, Spence.
Well, for me, it's a stinker, bruv. Expedition 33, I don't give a shit. Doom, I haven't played, and Metroid, I haven't really played them either. So
you're admitting that on the podcast, bro. This goes out to the internet.
Damn straight. Yeah, that's fine. I haven't. I've played Prime 1, and that's it.
Oh my god. What are you doing? Go and play Prime 2 and 3, bro. They're sick.
I got other shit to play, bro. I'm alright.
Fuck. Alright.
And also, I'd be surprised to see Prime 4 fucking release.
Well. I mean, this is the big thing hanging over all this, is that, Switch 2 is going to be out this year.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some nut shit.
If there's a Smash this year, everything else is fucked.
I don't think so. I think you could expect like a Mario Kart or something. But yeah. Okay, fair enough. What about yourself, Mr. Where are we going with this? We got one Stinky on the list so far. You're going to bring it back to a slaps.
I am indeed, because J-Rod is an absolute lad, and I think his list partly slaps. I don't know too much about the Expedition 33, but when it comes to the other two games on his list, Doom and the Metroid game, I'm very, very excited for both of those, because especially Doom. Ever since we did our sort of roundup of what was going on Xbox, that was the one that I was like very jealous that we may not be getting. And then to receive the news pretty much straight after that we were getting it, or actually during it, didn't even a PlayStation symbol came up during it, or maybe I was just imagining it. Anyway, it was quite quickly afterwards we found out it was coming to PlayStation. So that was a big win for me. So J-Rod, I'm giving you a slaps.
I got to echo those thoughts. For me, Doom Dark Ages... potentially maybe my number one on my list, but we'll see when we get there. Depends if it's been taken or not, and depends if I want to be a bit contrary and go for something else. We'll wait and see when we get there. I mean, for me, Doom Dark Ages, Metroid Prime 4, No Rest for the Wicked, they're all on my list of potential candidates here. No Rest for the Wicked is the game by Moon Studios that was shown last year. That went into early access last year, but comes out into full console launch this year. I am so in for all these. Expedition 33 is a new one for me. I don't think I've even clocked that. But I will give this a solid slaps. Yeah, you'll have that one.
2 slaps.
There you go. Boom shakalaka. Right, so moving it around then, we're going to a number 2. Spence, over to you.
My number 2... I think it's my number 2. I'm going to go with it. I think it's my number 2. Elden Ring, Night Rain.
Oh.
Shock, boys. Elden Ring's back for the 3rd year in a fucking row. And we've talked about Elden Ring enough on the last episode. So I don't think I need to talk about it too much right now. But yeah, super freaking excited for it. The network test registration's opened up. I can't register for it. It won't let me. So I need to just pray that Davey gets his registration, because I remember when the Elden Ring network test went off, I didn't get into that either, and I DM'd YTS Era, who was in our old Smash group, and I was like, bro, give me your account, please. And he ended up giving it to me when it was like 3 hours left on the last day, and I was like, you're a fucking dick. And it was when I was on a night out as well. I was like, I can't even fucking play it, bro. I was fuming. This time I want to get in, and I'm super excited for Night Rain. I think it's going to be fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I think that Night Rain's a big contender. I've just removed it from my list now, so thank you ever so much. It's gonna be superb, and it's just gonna be really fun to go through and play that experience through. And for me, I think I've said this before, but it will force me to use builds that I've never used before, and I think that's quite exciting about it. Yet alone to see some like old favorites and do battle, with like some Dark Souls 3 bosses and stuff that we've already seen. I'm keen, man. Sign me up. I'm already there. And hope to God that I get in on the network beta test so I can tell you all about it. But we'll wait and see. When I filled out the survey, it says, like, which of our games have you played before? and it's just the whole thing's ticked, and it's like, please don't think I'm a bot. Like, I actually have played all these. Look at my trophies, man. I've platinumed them all.
Did you put a link to your trophies? Like in the notes?
No, I should have. I should have, shouldn't I? But we'll wait and see if we get lucky or not. But a really great choice. Phil, you mentioned previously that you may be joining us on this little expedition. Are you still feeling that way?
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually gassed about Monster Hunter Wilds. This game looks amazing. Like, all grouping up around big monsters to take them down. It's going to be so much fun with you guys. And I jest because there is so much comparison between this new game and Monster Hunter Wilds, but I'm just at the start of my Souls journey, and it didn't last very long with Demons is Souls, but it's a beautiful game. So if they can continue that sort of level of polish with this game, I think the money's going to be worth it in itself, and it's always better playing games with you boys. So yeah, I'm up for it. You're probably going to have to carry me. I'm probably not going to go the pussy build because I see how much jip you give Lewis about it. So I'm going to go for a pro build, obviously. I'm really hardcore this game. I'm probably not. Probably going to stand at the back, maybe be an archer if that's possible.
It is possible. It's
terrible, but it's possible.
If we'll allow it, then maybe. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Depends on what builds we have. You know, if there's only 3 and one of them's the archer, you're welcome to fill that spot. I'll take a strength. Spence, you could be Dex.
Oh, I'm always I love Dex.
Yeah, I like a strength build. So that's fine. And then archer.
Then we've got our mage Lewis as well.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We got options, right? Great choice, Spence. Absolutely fantastic number 2. Really appreciate that one. What about yourself, Mr. Hoy? Where are you going with this?
Now, can I turn the button off for this one? Because I might need to mention certain words that may equal a shot in a couple of episodes' time.
Go on.
Are we allowed in that?
Go on.
Okay, so Resident Evil 9. It's on my list, and we have no official release date for it, of course, but we've been hearing a lot about it. There has been rumblings over on X with it. Now, we know that the Resident Evil 7 director is returning for Resident Evil 9, and that's a big win for me, because much like yourself, Davey, I absolutely loved Resident Evil 7. I felt like 8 departed a little bit from the direction I was hoping they were going to continue with, because it was scary and it had something special within 7, which I really appreciated, that sort of level of terror that was there. And there's parts of that still stick with me. Of course, 8 had its parts, but I think overall 7 just hit correctly for me. Now, Resident Evil 8 was back in 2021, so we may have to wait a little bit of time because we're only 2025. It hasn't been that long to get the full Resident Evil 9, so probably it might happen 2026. But hey, we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to put it on my list because it's highly anticipated from myself.
I think it's a really strong choice. I mean, I put it in my predictions only a few weeks ago when we did the Game Awards showcase, right? Like, I think this is going to happen this year. And if it's not, then it's another remake, right? It's one of the two. 100% it is. Like, you know, it seems to be on a 2-year thing. And 2 years ago was Resident Evil 4 remake. It's about time for either of them to come out with, like, the rumored Resident Evil remake, which please God don't do, or Code Veronica, right, which would be fantastic. So it's either going to be that or 9, and either way we're going to win as Resident Evil fans. So I'm really happy with it, and I think that's a strong contender. I didn't include it on my list only because I went for games that were actually announced for mine rather than anything else, but only because I had so many to choose from. But absolutely love it. Great choice.
I mean, the information that was out there was very sparse because we don't even know who the main protagonist would be for Resident Evil 9. Because, of course, something may have happened to Ethan within a DLC that may not allow him to appear within Resident Evil 9. But hey, this is Resident Evil and the stories at best are shaky. So he may appear in Resident Evil 9 as the protagonist, or it might just be Rose. We might see her take over. I hope we don't. But then we also heard that rumor around Leon and Jill. But who knows? Who knows? I'm just happy for more Resident Evil. And if we don't get it this year, I feel like we're going to hear a shit ton about it. So I'm happy kind of either way. How about yourself, Spence?
I mean, I couldn't agree more. What a brilliant choice. I think it will happen this year. And like you said, if not, it's a remake. I would like it to be 9. Or well, a remake. We're winning either way. I'm actually quite happy no matter what it is, as long as we get more Resident Evil. But I want. It won't be Rose or Ethan. It can't be. I mean, it won't be. But all I want from RE9, all I want is for the game to just stay as good at the start and at the end. Because every single Resident Evil is a line, it goes up, and then it crashes down. I feel like every single one drops off at the end.
Every single one?
Lately, yeah. 7, you go on the boat at the end, and it's like, oh, it's the worst part of the game. 8, you're in the factory, and you're like, yeah, this is the worst part of the game.
Yep.
And they do these things in triples. These games come in 3s. I think this might have a shit ending, same as the other 2. Not that it was shit, but it's just the least enjoyable part of the game.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And I want them to break that mold. I want them to change that
mold.
trend.
I like that.
Mold.
Correct.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Not intentional, but appreciated. Nice. Yeah, that's all I want to see. But great choice. I think we will see that this year as well.
Oh, hope so. Speaking on the survival horror tangent, my number 2 is Tormented Souls 2. So, Tormented Souls 2 was originally supposed to come out in October 2024. It got pushed. No date has been given for it, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, if it has, then I've missed that. But I will be there day fucking 1 for Tormented Souls 2. And if I haven't come back to YouTube before, I will be back to review Tormented Souls 2. Because I adored the first one. It felt like such a breath of fresh air, even if the air I'm breathing in is nostalgic. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I loved the first one so much. And I can't wait to see how they've improved and stepped up from number 1 to be able to craft a game that could stand up there with the big boys. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do with Caroline's whole story. So, Tormented Souls 2 coming in for my number 2, boys. Any thoughts on that, Spence?
Mate, I've great choice. Great choice. I still haven't played Tormented Souls 1, which is nuts. Because I think I played the demo and told you about Tormented Souls. And then you reached out and got the code. I think that's how it worked. I might be wrong.
No, I think it was... I think I saw it on like a Facebook group for survival horror, and that's what kind of put me onto it first. And then it came out with the demo, and then we both kind of played the demo pretty concurrently. It was the game that you're talking about
Crow
is
Country.
Crow Country.
Yeah, got them crossed. Same kind of vibes. Not really, actually.
No,
not at all.
Same genre.
Same genre. Yeah. But yeah, mate, super excited. And this being released would get me to play the first game. This happens a lot with stuff. When a sequel gets announced, I play the first and then I'll play the sequel. So I'm sure that's what will happen. I'd be super excited to play it. And I'm super keen to delve into the first game. So that second one, super excited for it, mate.
Hell yeah, glad to hear it, mate. Love the taste. What about yourself, Mr. Hoy? You've had Tormented Souls for a while. I know you haven't got around to it. Are you following a similar trajectory as young Master Spencer there?
Oh yeah, 100%. Now, I think it's been up on the shelf since 2021 when the original Tormented Souls come out. But I've got a bit of a question for you, Davey, and I am really excited about Tormented Souls and more survival horror because that's the type of genre that we sort of gravitate towards within the podcast. It's something that we all share. So any more within that genre, I'm very pleased about. But I was just interested to know, have we got any updates about Astral Rot? Because I would assume Astral Rot would come out first before Tormented Souls 2.
Nothing as far as I've heard. Literally nothing. I'm sitting there on tenterhooks waiting for news, and so far there's been none. So it's one of those things that if you got nothing to say, stay quiet, right? It's fine. I don't need to see anything. I'm going to be there day 1 for Astral Rot. I mean, it's fucking space shit. You know, it's class. All it needs is sharks in space, and it's a fucking double whammy. So I'm already hyped, but no, nothing yet. I think this year could be a fucking great year for Survival Horror Mind. Saying that, it's every year has been really good. there's been too much every single fucking year, to the point where I got sick of the genre. But I'm ready to dive back in now and get back on the saddle.
And Astral Rot, of course, is a fixed camera. So it is going to bring back that kind of nostalgic kind of juice that we've all been thirsty for.
Hell yeah, mate. Hell yeah. Tormented Souls, the first one anyway, follows like a dynamic camera like Code Veronica. And that's lovely. You get like really nice static kind of backgrounds and stuff, and then you move forward and the camera kind of pans with you, kind of more like Silent Hill, I guess. And it's beautiful game. So can't wait to see some more of Tormented Souls 2, man. Hopefully we get a demo. Oh God, so excited, man. And that's not going to be on anyone else's list we read for these Stinkies. But speaking of Stinkies, let's get through the next lot. So I think we do a 2-for-1 here. We got some regs right into the show. We got Maloon and Lurian have written in. So thank you both ever so much. Love you guys. Now, guys, I've pulled you both individually up for this before. My question was, the topic is a look forward at our top 3 most anticipated games for 2025. We want your say, so feel free to put your list below. Now, J-Rod gets a pass because he split his into AAA and Indie, but both were sets of 3, right? Maloon, you've come in with 5. Lurian, you've come in with 5 as well. So, your reading comprehension, maybe you should, pull out a thesaurus, a dictionary, maybe just go on Google and type in how to read, I don't know, something like this, to get your reading comprehension skills up across 2025, because so far you've both failed, but your lists are very strong indeed. So Maloon, going to go into yours first. Number 1, the biggest dick of all, is GTA 6. Number 2, Ghost of Yotai. 3, Judas. 4, Arc Raiders, and 5, Marathon. He says, Maloon does. Also, GTA 6 and Marathon are not PS3 built games like Destiny and GTA 5 were, so they're going to go all out with the art and graphics. Hope all this list makes 2025. So do I, Maloon. Really, really strong. And Lurian coming in with, it's so hard to say this year because there's so many games. GTA 6, of course. Ghost of Yotai. Expedition 33. That's coming up a few times. Doom, The Dark Ages, Mafia, and Split Fiction. Some fantastic games in both of those lists. Where are we going with this one, Spence? Are we going for Stinkies or Slaps?
I'm going to go... initially, I'm going to just fuck off their 4th and 5, because it's not what we asked for. They're not in the equation. They're fucked off. Doesn't matter. Listen next time, lads. Come on. So the first 3 that they said...
Our 2 biggest fans. Let's not offend them.
No, let's double down on it.
We kind of need them to keep listening. Great, lads.
Double down on it, Sven.
Yeah, fuck off.
I
think... fuck off. They know what we're about. I think their top 3, both of their top 3s, so Maloon's being GTA 6, Ghost of Yotai, and Judas, and Lurian's being GTA 6, Ghost of Yotai, Expedition 33, slaps. Because, they've got 2 of the same as each other. And those 2, GTA 6 and Ghost of Yotai, what the...
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, huge, yeah.
Of course. And then Judas being tapped on the end for Maloon, and Expedition 33 being tapped on the end for Lurian. Yeah, they're just great lists. The 1 and 2 are just going to win it, aren't they? So, yeah, of course it's a slap. Great. Well done, boys.
Yeah. Great choices. What about yourself, Mr. Hoy? Where are you going on this?
Double tap, 100%. They both slap. Obviously, I'm doing exactly the same as Spencer. I'm discounting 4 and 5, as much as Doom, The Dark Ages featured in Lurian's list. But Maloon, Lurian, you guys have hit the nail on the head. GTA and Ghost, they're going to be huge games for PlayStation. Obviously, Judas was represented in my list, so Maloon would get a slightly bigger slap than Lurian, because Expedition 33, it's not on my radar, but maybe it's something that we do need to do a bit of research into, because it's come up a couple of times now, Davey.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Expedition 33 seems to be the one that I don't know how I haven't seen this. For this to come up on 2 separate lists now that I've written in, I'm going to have to give this a bit of look. And it could be on the next episode that I come back and say, whoa, hold the fuck on. Expedition 33 looks sick. But right now, at the moment, both of these lists, as you guys said, both slap tits. They're both great. GTA 6 and Ghost of Yotai are the big ones that I'm sure that we're going to be talking about in just a moment. Well done, guys. Triple slaps. Love it. Absolutely love it. So, let's bring it into our number 1s then. Spence, over to you.
So, for my number 1, shocker, I'd imagine, Split Fiction. Let's go. The new game from the devs of It Takes Two and A Way Out. Come on. I predicted this, and I predicted it to a fucking T. Of course, I'm excited for it. It's my most anticipated. I willed it into existence. It's gonna be fucking phenomenal. And the only sad thing is I don't know who I'm gonna play it with now. Because, Davey, you're not too fond of these games, apparently. So, Phil, this might be a me and you, mate.
Oh, he's back in. He's taking that subs bib off straight away. Give me an opportunity. I'll be there. I'll try my best.
Got you, mate.
I'm gonna play this through with the missus, I think, and when it comes out, I probably won't play it straight away. It depends. Like, we're working through It Takes Two at the moment, and it's hard
Struggle?
work. It's
Struggle?
hard work.
Struggle.
Yeah, it's hard work
Because of the game or because of your missus?
because of the missus.
Okay, yeah, good.
Yeah. I love her with all my heart, but you gotta show patience, right? Thank God I've had a child, because that gave me infinite levels of patience, but she starts breaking them every now and again. Watching her playing through The Last of Us, I was losing my mind a few times, and I had to, at one point, I was biting my finger. I was like, because I was watching her just die over and over again, and I was just thinking, use your fucking Molotov cocktails, man. Just fucking use your Molotov. I was sitting there, and I was like, have you thought about reloading before you go into battle? And she's like, what? And I'm like, just fucking reload the gun before you go in. Like, what the hell? It's like those obvious things. And I was like, oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Like, I'm losing it. And I've had those moments with It Takes Two, but I'm more than willing by then. She'll have leveled up. And by Split Fiction, she's going to nail it. I have all the faith in the world. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, mate. Really am. Phil, what about yourself? How do you feel about Split Fiction?
Sounds like I'm going to have a busy 2025, isn't it? Turns out I'm going to be playing some co-op games. Now, I'm really excited about this one because I think Split Fiction had a very good showing, and the official trailer really brings you into that new universe that they're trying to create. Of course, there's two sides, two female protagonists, I believe, sort of traveling through different aspects of time and reality. But what I'm a little bit conscious of is this game doesn't get too gimmicky. Now, there is a part which I think, Spence, you absolutely loved, where they were frying things on a barbecue, and I think they were turning into sausages or something along those lines. I think at that point it gets a little silly, but hey, I'm open to it. I'm open to new experiences, and I think this type of game will bring those new experiences. It's not about that single player narrative. Obviously, it's a two-player game here. I don't know what story's there, but I think some of the stuff, as long as it's not getting too gimmicky, I think I will really, really enjoy playing with you, Spence. So I'm waiting for that invite.
Oh yeah, mate. Oh yeah, it'll be on its way, bruv. It'll be on its way. We'll be pieces of bread on that thing or whatever the fuck. Whatever.
I'll be the sausage, you be the bread.
Yeah, boy. I'll wrap around you.
How's that feel, Davey?
I feel quite fine sitting out this one, lads. I'll leave
I thought you were going to
guys.
go, I'll be the sauce.
Oh, no. No, I'm good. I'll be the sausage with my missus. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. She can be the bun. So, moving it on then. What's your number one then, Mr. Hoy?
Well, surprise. For fucking surprise. It's Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Now, this is set to launch on PS5 in 2025. Hideo Kojima confirmed the long-awaited sequel, believe it or not, back in February 2024. And Death Stranding came out in 2019, got an 82% on Metacritic. So long awaited, in my opinion, because I absolutely loved Death Stranding, the original, and it was my favorite game. And I think it tops out as my favorite game of all time. Now, that is a big claim, and it really holds that. I absolutely loved that original game, so I cannot wait to see what happens with Death Stranding on the beach. Now, it's set to be a far more ambitious game than its predecessor. And we've seen a couple of trailers here and there that Kojima has allowed us to sort of see, okay? So we saw a trailer at the Game Awards back in 2022. That was a 4-minute long teaser trailer, which ended with the guitar joker, of course, Higgs Morgan. And then we saw some more footage at the Tokyo Game Show, which we introduced new characters such as Tarman and Dollman, and some amazing acronym jackets, which I still haven't been able to get my hands on. But what I'm really, really after, and Kojima knows it, he blue balls us every single day when he's traveling the world, showing all these amazing experiences. And then he keeps going back to the office going, I'm developing a game. And then he'll show a picture of Norman Reedus on his monitor and go, yep, Death Stranding's coming, guys. But still to this day, no gameplay. What the fuck?
Play the cards close, man. It doesn't need to be shown yet. Wait till the next State of Play comes out, gameplay trailer, release quarter, done. Although I wouldn't be surprised if this slips to 2026, That's the only thing. This was on my list. I'm glad you picked it. If you hadn't picked it, I would have been there with a fucking save for my number one. And you'd be like, oh, shit. So I'm glad you picked it. I am so hyped for this, mate. Like, so unbelievably hyped. I think it's going to be fucking incredible. The Death Stranding was so, so good. But it's a question mark in that whether or not it hits this year or if it moves out to 2026. I think either one of those is really possible. But we got a long old year ahead and lots of events to happen, right? So there's plenty of opportunity to be able to see it raise its head again.
I know it doesn't mean shit, but things like the marketing stuff that you see on the PlayStation website, that has been including Death Stranding 2. So as a marketing guy, I'm picking up on those signals and I'm choosing to believe them. So hopefully, fingers crossed on both hands and toes, Death Stranding comes out this year. Please, Kojima.
Please, God. Great number one choice. You got any thoughts on this one, Spence?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for it as well. Obviously, I'm the only one who hasn't played the first game to fruition. I've started it twice now, and I've not kept with it, and I love it as well. Every time I do play it, I absolutely adore it. I think it's brilliant, so I just need to stick with it. This is another one of those things where when it gets confirmed and it's close to its release, I'm going to play the first one so that I'm ready for the second one, and then I'll do that. It's just what I do. I just still want them to change the title, though. I think that title's fucking terrible. I really can't stand it. On the fucking beach. It's like I can see the game ending, and it's the last words being like, I'm on the beach. Or something.
It is somewhat significant, the beach,
I'm sure it is.
In the original.
I'm sure it is.
I don't want to give away the meanings, and to be honest, I'd be hard pressed to explain the meanings within this podcast because it's already long enough, right? But there is a beach in the original one, right? So it kind of makes sense to be based around that. But I think it's a British term, isn't it, on the beach? Now, I hear it a lot in football, right? It's when players are close to their holidays and they play a match and they don't look as if they're fully involved in the match, and you say, that player's on the beach. So in a British term, it's probably one of those Japanese English translations things that probably doesn't hit correctly, because the title is weird, right? On the beach, but hey. And of course, it's a marketing slogan for a well-known travel agent as well within the UK. Beach. Yeah, and you keep singing it. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm excited for it. I did get far enough in Death Stranding to know about the beach. I've seen the beach.
You've seen the beach.
But
that's pretty far.
Yeah, I think I've made some progress. Just haven't done it, and I'm going to restart it when I go back now. But yeah, super excited. I think it's going to slap tits. But like you boys have said, I think it might be a 26. So we'll see. Time
will tell, my friend. Time will tell. Well, let's bring it on to my number one to round us out. And I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games to choose from that could be my number one. Now, there's really only 2 that could be my number one here, or potentially 3. I'm going to go for Doom, The Dark Ages, being my number one. I popped off when this was shown. I adore Doom so much since it came back in like 2016 or whatever it was. It's so fucking good. It's so good. And you just know it's going to be one of those absolute gameplay treats that I'll get through. I'll listen to an amazing metal fucking pumping soundtrack, cutting people up with a sword and a chainsaw, blasting people with a super shotgun. The gameplay improvements made in the last game were incredible. I loved them. And I can't wait to see what it'd have done in this next one and to go back and to hopefully not have to wait too long before having to play it. And thank God. My biggest worries were always with the old Bethesda acquisition that Doom and Wolfenstein were going to be locked out for me. And Doom, they've graciously said, is coming to PlayStation on the same time. So thank you ever so much, Microsoft, for your absolute idiocy. and putting it on the platform that I need it to be on, because otherwise I would have fucking bought it again. So thank you ever so much, because I am so fucking in for the next entry in Doom. I cannot fucking wait for it. Now, Phil, you've played some of the recent Dooms. How are you feeling about the Dark Ages?
Yeah, absolutely stoked for this one. Now, I'm a massive Doom fan. I've played every single one of them, going back to the original when I was playing on the Compact Presario back in the day with Prince of Persia, the original Doom with the IDKFA and the IDDQD. Of course, I haven't got a keyboard on the newer versions of Doom to be able to input those cheats, but they were full health and unlimited ammo, which was needed back in the day when I was a young child playing Doom. So that's what my parents opened me up to, and this is what I've become. And what I've become is a massive fan of Doom. So yes, I'm really, really excited. That would have featured fourth on my list, but there is some PlayStation games here, as we're on a PlayStation podcast, that I was really interested in, more than Doom, so that got it bumped slightly down the list. But I can understand why it's so high in your list, because you absolutely love the later 2 editions, because of course we had like a Doom 3, which was somewhat a newer version of Doom, a departure from the original 1 and 2, which changed it more into a horror. But I think the newer versions that you're talking about are a bit more actiony and a bit more progressive in modern gameplay standards, and I'm expecting more of the same from the Dark Ages.
Hell yeah. Now, Spence, you only just done the first kind of level, didn't you, of 2016? Is that in preparation for the Dark Ages, or is that come to a hard stop?
I'm not sure it ever left the station, lad. It kind of, I don't know, I enjoyed it. It wasn't in preparation for Dark Ages at all. I didn't even think about it. I just started Doom thinking it's a game I probably should play, and I know you boys wax lyrical, all about Doom. I thought, yeah, fuck it, I'll give it a go. Didn't enjoy it that much. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was all right. I'm gonna play more of it because I'm sure the pace will get faster. It'll get more fun. The music will get louder. I'm sure it'll become something I love. But I haven't put that time in yet. I'm keen for Dark Ages, maybe. I don't know. I need to play the other ones first. But if I enjoy them, I will check out Doom and Doom Eternal properly before Dark Ages. And whether or not I'm excited for Dark Ages depends on how well I enjoy those games.
Yeah, 100%. Either of them, or each of them, sorry, aren't long hauls. So you could play them both in no time. And just, I'll be amazed if you aren't a fan after putting a few hours in 2016. Because the movement, and a lot of it is your own skill. And the way the game's designed with 2016, and it's the same with Eternal, but 2016 really makes it quite obvious, is that when you're rushing towards enemies, they'll miss. It's all about you going for them. Like, if you play back and you play like a bit of a puss, you'll get wrecked. You just got to go in, and you are the bad guy. Like, you are there to terrorize them, and they don't have a fucking hope. So you just go in, it's a pure power fantasy, and it's fucking over the top, and it's immense. So I'll be amazed if you don't put a few hours in, you're not hooked. Play it like I am, for sure. But that is our list. Obviously, there's been 2 major games that we have not included in our list, probably because we were all thinking each of us were going to bring them up in Ghost of Yotei and GTA 6. But I'm sure we'll come to those after the final iteration of Stinky or Slaps, which is Dayman has written in, and his list is GTA 6, MGS3 Delta, and Prime 4. Where are we saying, Spence? Stinky or Slaps?
I mean, it's 3 enormous fucking games, isn't it? It's like he's just Googled what are the 3 most popular games for 2025. I just gone, yeah, that's my list. That'll do. Yeah, Slap. Of course it does. GTA 6 is going to change. I don't think it will be as monumental a change as every other GTA has been.
Oh, mate. Your downplaying of GTA 6 is becoming criminal at this point.
Mate, it can't. Technology's not jumping the way it used to. Oh. I really can't see it. I think it's going to be phenomenal. It's going to be amazing. It has to be. It's GTA 6. But it's not going to be the technological leap that we expected back then, because technology isn't leaping the way it did back then. It's just the truth of technology. That's what it is. If I'm wrong, fuck me. But I can't be. I feel like I can't be wrong. but I'm super excited for it. MGS3 Delta, super excited for it. I've never played MGS3. I'm gonna play the original before this comes out. It's on my list with my mates. I'm sure I'll get to it.
I don't think there's any point. I think
No,
the whole
but-
point of it is to be totally faithful. I think you might as well just dive in with Delta.
I think it's
personally.
just a point of reference it'll give me
Fair.
for the changes and how it's, changed from the original, all that. And then Prime 4, I don't give a shit. So maybe I'll get to that one day. But yeah, Slap. Great list. Obviously, it's fucking everyone's list. So
Yeah. Yeah. What about yourself, Mr. Hoy?
I think it's the best list of tonight. Even came to mine, which is very skewed towards my personal taste of Death Stranding. But if you added that to the list of Joe's and took out any of those, that would be the best list. GTA, Metal Gear Solid 3 and Prime 4, absolutely incredible games. We're all anticipating those. We did think they may come up in other people's choices, so we have left them out to maybe talk about them at the end. But Metal Gear Solid in particular, I am very interested to see how that one hits. Being a remake and seeing how faithful they can be to the original source material, because it is a much loved game. I know it is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, of Metal Gear Solid games by the majority. I don't think we hold that same sentiment or same choice in games. We would have said Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2, I think, but Metal Gear Solid 3 very much being a slight departure to the original games. But let's see where this one takes us. Really excited for that. But yeah, Joe Thomas, you've done it. Triple slap.
Well done. Absolutely perfect. It's definitely a triple slap, 100%. All three of these games absolutely bang. They were all on my list. And I think we're going to talk about them now. So first off, let's just thank the audience. Well done. You all slapped today. Great lists. Great lists. And next time we do this, I'll put sound effects for Stinky and slaps so we can get those in. But we'll make this a feature going forward. Now, there's some big names we haven't named from our lists. And obviously for myself, I was trying to go a little bit more niche with my list, other than Doom, really, just to try and put a little bit of shine on other games that are there. So some games for me that we haven't spoken about that are definitely on my list are Fatal Fury: Seek the Wolves, coming out in April 21st. Ghost of Yotei, obviously we'll talk about it in just a moment, I'm sure. And Indiana Jones: The Great Circle for me, coming across this year. So there's even more. Prime 4, MGS3 Delta, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, like so many fucking great games this year. This year's going to be nuts. But I think it's time for us to talk about the secret kind of bosses of this entire thing, which is Ghost of Yotei and GTA 6. And I suppose let's just kick it off with GTA 6 first off. Spence, you're obviously downplaying it every time we speak and kind of tempering expectation. I personally think this is going to be one of those watershed moments where there's a before GTA 6 and after. I really think like Red Dead Redemption 2, as much as we haven't played it, the stuff that game does in its open world and the clips I've seen that game does, I haven't even seen that being repeated now, and that's like years old. GTA 6 is going to be insane, and I think for me that's obviously like the number one. Like anything else that's released around it, even like Doom and stuff, I'll be going GTA. Like I bought my PS2 for GTA 3 and for MGS2. I love GTA, but 5, for me, I didn't love it as much as everyone else did. I think I preferred more like the PS2e and even GTA 4. I think I enjoyed more than 5, but 6 just I am expecting. My level of anticipation is like beyond a healthy amount, to the point where I don't think the game can match it. But if the studio can, it's going to be Rockstar. And so I'm kind of thinking to myself, I'm overhyping this. And then I remember, it's fucking Rockstar. Why? I'm probably not hyping it enough. Like, and that's where I am with it. Phil, are you the same kind of line as myself, or are you more the tempering expectation level that Spence is coming down on here?
Now, Davey, if you're a 10 and Spencer's a 6, I'd probably sit around an 8 to 8.5, 8.75, I think. So I'm towards the upper echelons of excited about this game. But as you know, and I've mentioned it a few times on the podcast, I've never really spent a lot of time in the newer versions of Grand Theft Auto. I much like yourself, prefer the top-down original versions where you put in a bunch of cheats and just have a bit of fun. That was my enjoyment and my experience of GTA. I know the newer games, they are far better, and it is a bit of a black hole for me with gaming, GTA, the modern ones at least. But what you're questioning Rockstar on, Spencer, is that they've had unlimited money, unlimited sport, and unlimited time. Now create a game. Not many studios get that kind of level of respect from literally everybody. So they're not really got anything going against them. Everyone is excited about it. Everyone loves the IP. They've had an absorbent amount of time to be able to put into this, and I say money and support from, Sony and everybody else to make what they want and give them the space and time to be able to do that. So let's see it. Let's do it. And as Davey said, if any studio is going to come up with the goods, it's going to be Rockstar. So I've placed my faith in that, and I think it is going to be a day one for me. I really want to see what they can do with Grand Theft Auto. On the newer hardware, and I very much enjoy the fact that I have the PS5 Pro, and something that I haven't mentioned for you guys, I have been able to find a disc drive now, which should be on its way very, very soon, so hopefully I can go back to some of the other games once I finish Dead Space. But Grand Theft Auto 6, that's definitely going to be a Pro game, isn't it? Let's be right. Let's be real. Like, people are going to buy the Pro to be able to play Grand Theft Auto 6, because it's going to be the best game of all time, or that's what it's queuing up to be. So play it on the best hardware. So I think there's going to be a bundle and everything else. Maybe that's not a prediction. Let's not put a shot on it just yet. But there's going to be a PS5 Pro with GTA 6 all over it, isn't there?
100% there is, yeah. And you're right. That's the kind of experience that would be then the point where I think, well, fuck it. Why not? I might as well upgrade now at this point, and hopefully the this drive situation is as better than it is now. And if you've got one, that's a great start. So yeah, I think you're right though. I think it's going to be a system seller for the Pro for sure.
You say got one. I've ordered one. And as we know, me ordering things doesn't always mean I get them. Thanks, PlayStation.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Hopefully you're in that day, right? We'll wait and see. So Spence, go on then. We've kind of dunked on you a little bit.
It's not like, I think it's going to be a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, boys. I do. I think it's going to be a phenomenal game. I just don't think it's going to be the technological leap everyone is fucking Rockstar. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. They're not going to miss. But fucking come on. Technology's not advanced the way it used to advance. It'll be better AI somehow. Grander planes, faster load times, beautiful graphics and character design. It's going to be a wonderful game. But I can't see there being anything new as opposed to just perfecting everything that already exists. If you know what I mean. I think they're going to nail everything that we've already seen in video games, and we're not really going to see anything new other than maybe, oh, that's quite cute that they've done that. I don't think there's going to be, oh, fuck, you do this? There's nothing in technology has changed to allow for anything major to happen.
That you know about.
That I know about. Yeah.
And no one knew about the things before previous games have changed the world of
course,
gaming.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So you're just putting your money on that nothing specific sticks out. And me and Davey are very much in for the ride and hoping that happens.
Yeah. I can see it being a case that we flash forward, the end of this year, and we're like, holy shit, everyone's got to step up. And then you're looking at everyone start fucking worrying then and thinking, fuck, like, how are we supposed to compete? Like, how are we supposed to fucking compete with this? And the next open world game we play will be like, GTA did it better. And that's going to be the issue, right? And that's what the industry is going to be shitting themselves for. Is the big thing for me that I'm looking forward to for this year is seeing whenever they come out with their date, seeing everyone move.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward to. Is seeing, like, say for example, like, we got loads of these games that we've reeled off, and they're all stated for June, right? And then GTA is like end of May, June. Everyone's just like August. Yeah, August, September, October, like 2026. Because you don't want to be anywhere near this. Like, no matter what game you're releasing, no matter how different, I think like everyone's gonna be there. So just fucking stay clear. Like everyone that releases, I can't wait to see that. I cannot wait. It's we gotta wait so long between like GTA releases. I mean, Christ, it was like PS3, so and we haven't had one since. So it's gonna be so exciting.
See, I think that plays into every other developer's favor because they don't need to do as well as GTA 6 with one title. You know what I mean? They can accrue the same success of that game over the amount of games they can release in the amount of time it takes Rockstar to release their next game after GTA 6. Because the GTA 6 is going to be around for like 15 years from the state of GTA 5, if that's anything to go by. So they don't need to come out with, GTA 6 killer and do it in one release. They could have a fully successful lineup throughout those 15 years and do just as well. I don't think people need to stress.
I wonder, I'd have to run the numbers on this, and it's not for now. But I wonder if I looked at like the lifetime sales for Assassin's Creed, right? That was like annualized for like forever. I wonder if that sold more than GTA 5. I bet it hasn't.
No chance. No chance.
How wild is that? How wild is that? You can have like an IP that's like that much weight behind it, gets like fucking 20 entries, and then one game just smokes the entire thing. Just nuts, isn't it? Absolutely nuts, man. Well, the last one we'll end it on before we call it a night is Ghost of Yotei, and I'll tell you why, guys. This isn't on my list. It's not on my list because I have not seen enough, and that is the only reason. Now, Sucker Punch slap. I love everything they do. I love Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Yotei, I need to see more before I get more excited than I already am. With the change of protagonist, the change of era, everything, there's a lot of unknowns, and I kind of want to see that a little bit more before it knocks off some of the like kind of safers for me, like in terms of Doom or GTA. And so that's the only reason why it didn't appear on my list, is because I expect that we're going to get like a state of play in the next month or so, and then the anticipation will start building. But right now, at the moment, I know it's there, but I'm not really thinking about it very often. I don't know if that's the same for you guys or not. Phil, let's come over to you.
Now, for me, I'm probably the least excited about these sort of end bosses as you've christened them, because I've never been a fan of Ghost of Tsushima, the original. I never played the original. I think the only time I played it was some of the multiplayer online stuff with you guys at a certain point. But that sort of genre of gaming and that kind of like setting is never, day one, I've got to be involved with this. And again, it is a bit of a black hole with Ghost of Tsushima because I just don't really know the IP very well. So it coming out with the second one, I don't have that urge the same way Spencer has with Death Stranding to go back and play the original and get through it ready for Ghost of Tsushima 2. Obviously, as you said, there's going to be some sort of dramatic changes with the character, sort of settings and sort of timelines. So all that, again, might be slightly a worry for me when it comes to this game, but it was never really within my sort of remit to be buying anyway. So yeah, it's probably one for you guys more than myself on this one.
Fair enough. What about yourself, Spence?
I kind of get what you're saying, Phil. For me, it's I don't really have any anticipation for this game either. But they've not shown anything other than cinematic trailer, and I've not played Tsushima. So I have nothing to gauge any excitement from. I'm going to do the thing I always do, where they're going to give us a date. I'll beat Tsushima ready for Yotei, or at least I'll play it. Because if I don't, I can't see myself not enjoying it. But if I don't, then there it is. And if I do, I'll play Yotei when it comes out. But my anticipation isn't going to raise until I play Tsushima. And I can't do that until we get a date.
Yeah, the big thing I'd say to both of you guys is I would encourage over this year. I know it's really tough when we look at, even just the games we've listed between ourselves and what the audience have come up with. It's a stacked year. I would find the time to, even if you mainline Tsushima, the story is fucking incredible. It's so good. I would encourage you guys to give it a go. Because at least then you'll kind of know what you're getting yourself in for. And there's going to be substantial changes. And that's why it wasn't on my list, because I need to see more. But I really think that you guys should play it, especially with like the PS5 version and the pro enhancements and stuff. Phil, it's a stellar game. So definitely should check it out if you get the opportunity. But audience, I hope you've enjoyed this look forward at 2025. We are calling our episode there. That is the end. And you will join us next later in 2025, in 2 weeks' time, to be exact. So who knows? We may even be looking down the barrel of a state of play or anything like that by then. I think it's about time we goddamn got one. But we'll wait and see what we have on the horizon. Thank you ever so much for everyone that wrote in with their lists. Well done for putting everything through. If you wanted to take part in the show, there's a couple of ways you could do so. You can write into the email, pswetrust@gmail.com, just like J-Rod did, to be able to get featured on the show. Or you can hit us up on socials, like everyone who submitted their list did today. And that's at InPSWeTrust over on X. And if you've enjoyed the show, there's a couple of ways that you can support us. The first is to go on to your podcast service of choice or onto YouTube, wherever you consume the show, and put a like, a subscribe, a rating, however you want to do it. It all does help us grow and find a larger audience, and we do appreciate everyone who is going on and doing that. If you've got any suggestions for any impressions you want us to do or any impression rounds, also be up for those, because it gets quite tough week to week thinking about these. So put them in there. Let us know what you want us to do, and we will tackle them, no matter what it is. Well, if we're drinking, then it doesn't matter. But if we're sober, we'd probably put it on the back burner, I imagine, lads, wouldn't we?
There is a limit, so we're challenging you to find that limit.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly right. Well, that has been it for episode 105 of In PS We Trust, the PlayStation podcast. I've been Davey.
I've been Phil.
And I've been Spencer.
Take care, guys.
Peace.
In PS We Trust is hosted by Davey, Phil, and Spencer. You can write into the show via our email, pswetrust@gmail.com. Our Twitter is @InPSWeTrust. To find each of us online, follow our Twitters, @SSJDavey, @PhilipHoy, @SpenPie_. Thank you for listening. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. See ya.